friends. Welcome
Cheer
to
100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100.
Thank you, Murdoch, for the bits with perfect timing. Perfect timing. I'm using a new mic today, so let me know how I sound. As you can see, this thing isn't in front of my face. I'm using one of these Rode wireless mics. Yeah, that was perfect timing, Murdoch. These are nice little clip-on wireless mics, but I have it sitting right here. I sound louder? That's surprising. But do I sound okay? Do I sound like a professional streamer? Obviously not, because I didn't plug in my laptop. I need to plug in my laptop. So some background AC noise, but you do need to. I seem further away. I mean, so the microphone is down here because I didn't want to clip it here because it's like in the way. And I did some test recordings. That's why I was a little bit late to go live. That's probably why there's more background noise. I think you all will get used to it. All right, I'll be right back. I need to plug in my actual laptop. And Caligula, thank you very much for that sub. I mean, that's the idea. Maybe if I wore like a lanyard, I could clip it to the lanyard. I just don't like clipping it to my shirt. All right, I'll be right back. Hello? I'm back. now I'm wearing a lanyard. This is more jank than having an actual microphone arm. Like that. Check. It sounds better, yeah, because it's closer to my mouth. But what if I just got a Coding Garden themed lanyard? Put it on the beanie. Oh, you know what? That's not a bad idea. What if we do this number here? I mean, this is what they do in theater. They put the microphone like on their face or in their hat or in their wig. That's funny. It sounds better up here? Wow, okay. Glad to hear it. Yeah, it's picking up my brain. Here's the thing. I could find a spot that's like less visible. Like what I mean this is weird. But like here behind the ear. How's that? But it does look a little weird. Turn it into an earring? That's bad. Yeah, that's bad. All right, you know what? We're gonna go with this. This is today's content, though. Just me moving the microphone around, or put it in the center, like right here. Hello. Thank you for all the supports. Sudoku with the 16 months, Funny Boy with the 11, thank you. Murdoch with the 500 bits, Caligula with the 10 months, and Ostok with the 5 months. Thank you very much. 10 out of 10. All right. Seriously perfect. I'm okay. I'm okay with going right there. For now, I'm gonna put it right there. And honestly, I could just get a lapel mic. I guess there was no reason for this to even be wireless. I can turn, you know, see, like, that's one of the main reasons I got this. Alka's mentioning I can turn my head without the volume changing, so that way, when I'm over here, you can still hear me the same. Ugh. Yes, very nice. Okay. We'll go with it. We'll just see, we'll see the, so, first new viewer that comes in and says, "What's that on your head?" They get gifted a sub. And Veritatis, thank you for the Prime resub. Says, "Fabulous." What was wrong with the last mic? Nothing, well, actually, I just demonstrated. I have to be, well, this isn't on, but before I had to be talking directly into the microphone for it to pick up. So if I was over here, you couldn't hear it as well. And then also, like, this just takes up a lot of screen real estate. So, and that's the other thing, is I can use this for an IRL stream. Yeah. The thing is, eventually it just blends in. I think Somama is just fishing for a sub, but they earned it. Yeah, I guess that's the other issue, is I can't forget to take it off if I go do other things. And Bogahay Arpajon, welcome in. All right, let's actually get to the stream itself. Stop it, everyone. That's not the kind of humor we usually do here on the coding card. Hey, stop it. I'll allow any of the message sent. Hey, right after that last message, anyone else that mentions anything related will be timed out for 10 seconds. And OG, thank you for that sub. Well, you don't have to delete the messages. Well. There you go. So you can, that's the thing, you can joke like Vulture Bike, but you do it subtly. A garden watering stream. Exactly. You do it in a way that is not as crass. Hello everyone, welcome to the Coding Garden. I'm CJ. Today we're going to be answering questions and talking about code. So no particular topic in mind, but we'll talk about anything, and I'll do my best to actually like write some code. I'll do my best to try and answer questions that involve code. You all are feisty today. Okay. But you all are great. Let's say hi to everyone. Also, I feel like there might be some new people in here. Let's tell them how the stream works, because there's lots of stuff happening on my screen that you may not have realized. Yeah, it's the end of the week. It's true. It's Friday. Okay. You can see in my chat that Alka has the GitHub logo next to their name. They also have the US flag next to their name. And Veritatis has the Vue logo and the Germany flag next to their name. You too can have all of this. And thank you, Arpajon. I'm doing all right. D is asking, how long does it take to learn JavaScript, more or less? It really depends. I mean, if you're a complete beginner to programming, you have to factor in learning about programming itself, let alone the language. But I will tell you real quick, if you have a question, type !ask in front of your question, and it'll pop up on this website. So that way we won't lose it in the chat. And you can also upvote questions like D's RLR is saying. But if you would like to set your country flag, you can do ! flag followed by your 2-character country code. For me, it's the US. And I have the US flag there, but you can see Drop Mania has the Germany flag. Pablo has the Italy flag. OK Not Now has the Chile flag. Keep It Safe has the Morocco flag. You too can set your flag. And then if you want to set your badge, you can go to that Font Awesome brand cheat sheet over here. And then pick something on this page. And set it as your badge. What am I going to choose? Dev. I like the dev badge. So I'm just going to choose dev. And then in the chat, I can do team followed by anything from that page. And then it pops up there. But that's funny. OK Not Now. It says it's not the Texas flag. At first I thought it was the Puerto Rico flag. But that's different, isn't it? How different is it? I mean, at a glance, it doesn't have the triangle, and it doesn't have as many stripes. But yeah. Am I running the new Apple Silicon? No, I have a 2015 MacBook Pro. Yeah. So yeah, I don't have any experience with that. Yep, I'm using this this microphone, Pablo. If you just got here, we were messing around with what's the best position to put this microphone. I put it on my head. When Font Awesome 6? Why not today? That's one thing that needs to be done, is we need to update the brands. So yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, you can also set your pronouns. You can choose from any one of these: she, he, they, they, co, none, they, hi, it, one, em, or yo. So pick one, and then in the chat do ! pronoun singular followed by something from that list. So my preferred pronouns are he, him, his. So if I do that, now all of my chat messages will have my pronouns on there. Yeah. And then also you can play the drop game. So ! drop. Me will drop your Twitch avatar, Twitch profile image. You can also drop emotes. I'm going to drop the code emote, this one. And then, if it lands in the garden, I'm going to land in the garden. Yes, the closer you are to the center, the bigger your name will be on the screen. And great drop, Idem Frets. Great work. How did you do that, drop? Yeah, so you can set your status as well. You can see that Dropmania has set their status instructionally to show you how you can set your status. There's no command to remove them. We can add that to the list of features eventually. Allow removing of flag or badge. Yeah. I would say if you want to remove it, just pick a random flag or random country and a random team. Okay, yeah, so if you do !set status, that will put a message on all of your chat messages. So what do we got? Sledge Dog says, driving 88 miles per hour, just in case. Namaste Geek says, instructional designer and wannabe coder. Nice. Kept Safe says, cannot read properties of undefined. Here's the thing. I would have believed you, but I don't think this is an error message you would get in JavaScript, because it would say cannot read property of undefined, not properties, because the JavaScript engine would just stop at the first property that it couldn't read. It wouldn't read multiple. So you should change that to singular. Yeah. Now that I know that I can't, I want to remove... Yeah. What's up, Plant? Welcome in. Google it? Okay. I don't believe you. I don't believe. I mean, I DuckDuckGo'd it. I guess if I Google it, maybe it'll find it. Yeah, it's property. It's not properties. Oh, is it a TypeScript thing? I guess it's a TypeScript thing. Well, that just shows how much I know. But Alka has a good one who says, this status is going to go over your head. Reference error. Didn't get the joke. Glad to hear it, Rear Window. I was saying my videos helped them out. That's good. Cool. Let's start answering some questions, and then I'll try and pick the ones that have to do with some sort of code example, and then we'll write some code. But very bad boy has a question. How would you extract the closed caption text from a Google meeting? I see there are many extensions doing it, but I couldn't see clearly how it was being done from the page source or inspect element. How should I proceed with my research? There's no info on Stack Overflow either. Yeah, I would look at the network tab. I mean, I would basically do what you're doing is inspect the page as it's happening, and then also try to look at the source code for the extensions that do it. So if you do !ask, that your question will get put over here. But when you do that, link me to one of the extensions that you're talking about, because we can try and figure out how to get the source code of that extension and then go from there. So yeah. And thank you for the supports. We got OG with the sub, and Fungus Club with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. And Waleed is asking, this is a quick answer. I'm planning to start learning React Native. Can I ignore class components? I'm not looking for a job. Just want to play with it. Then yeah. Though I don't have a ton of experience with React Native, so I don't know if anyone in chat can tell me, did they make the switch to functional components? Looks like they did. I mean, their homepage has a functional component, so I'm going to assume they did. So my answer is yes, because you could build React apps without a single class component, and I've done it. But if you're looking for a job in React, you might be going into a legacy code base, legacy, like 2 or 3 years old, where there are a lot of class components, just because that's how we wrote React back then. But it's completely possible to learn and write React without class components. Yeah, and don't apologize for being new, Yinks, but new on JavaScript and Mongo. Can anyone tell me, is there a way to add an array to a collection and set default entries in one post, or do I have to perform a second post to set the entries? So typically when you're inserting or updating on Mongo, you can just set a nested property to be like a nested array with nested objects. It's totally possible to do. If you look up the Mongo set thingy, so this replaces a field with a specified value. So you could replace the field with a new array that has a bunch of values in it, or when you're inserting, you can just have an array there. And Eddie is mentioning they're on a legacy class-based React project. It's so funny to me to call a React-based legacy, just because it's not that old compared to a lot of other legacy code, but here we are. Yeah. Why don't bachelors like Git? Because they're afraid to commit. It just never happened. So yeah, a while back, Traversy Media did offer and ask if I wanted to do a video for his channel, but then I was just too busy and never got around to it. I probably could reach out to him again when I'm ready. The thing is, I have a lot of other stuff going on, but I think when I'm ready, I could probably reach out to him. I might even do something like make a video and then shop it around, because like if you look at the Free Code Camp channel, they have guest videos all the time. And not to be too critical, not all of them are the best quality. And I don't necessarily even mean the content. I just mean they don't have a good camera or they don't have a good microphone. But they got their tutorial uploaded to the Free Code Camp channel. So you can see like most of these videos are just from other YouTube channels. So that's another place that I could try and get something posted. And I think I'm a pretty good fit with Free Code Camp because I don't have ads on any of my videos, very similar to their channel. So yeah. Yeah. Thank you, every developer who made it possible to work without classes and class components. Yeah. Legacy code is just code he didn't write. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Yeah. Why do developers prefer a dark theme? Because light attracts bugs. Yeah. I'm going to assume this is an okay link to click. Legacy code. That's a cool sticker, actually. It's like inspired by Jurassic Park, but also it's a reference to the Dino game from Chrome. Yeah. And see you later, Inadequate Dev. Thanks for hanging out during your lunch break. Hopefully the rest of your day goes well. Speaking of legacy, I'm working on AngularJS codebase. Nice. AngularJS isn't that bad. The thing is, it's really easy to write bad Angular code, but if you know what you're doing, you can write good AngularJS code. And I'm talking about the old AngularJS, not the new AngularJS. Yeah. Oh yeah, and this is actually related because yeah, Pablo is mentioning the creator of Quick is actually Mishko Hevry, who is the creator of AngularJS, the original Angular. But they tagged me on Twitter, who was asking for creators. Yeah, I haven't done collaborations or had people on my stream in a long time, so I don't know if I'm ready for that. I'll respond on Twitter after the stream. I'm focused on making my course, and then also I just have a lot of anxiety and worry about my YouTube channel because let's actually talk about this for a second. But let it be known, I saw your tweet, Pablo, and I will respond, but I probably don't think I'm going to have any guests on the stream just yet. Yeah. Well, that's good. That's good to hear, Avi. Avi has written a bunch of Chrome extensions. It would be interesting to hear like how you monetize that. Yeah. Why do front-end developers eat alone? They can't join tables. What's up, Electrothermal? Welcome in. Yeah. So what's the hot JS framework today? I don't have a good answer for that. I mean, the hot JS topic is bun. Everyone just type bun in chat. Because that's what's been happening for like the past week or so, week and a half. People will literally just come into the chat and be like, have you heard of bun? What are your opinions on bun? Bun? Bun, 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 bun. It's not a framework. It's a runtime. And actually, someone remind me, I want to give you my opinion on bun. And we'll do a bit of a deep dive to see like why it blew up so much. I mean, I think the main thing is like the creator is a really big person on Twitter. They have like over 20,000 followers. And they're just really well known. And then there's quite a few other well-known people that started talking about it all at the same time. And it went from under 1,000 GitHub stars on July 5th or so to now it has over 25,000, and it's growing. So it's pretty interesting. And Teleski, thank you for that Prime sub. The Fireship video had a lot to do with it. If you look up bun Fireship, I think it has over 500,000 views. Yeah, look at this, 555,000 views. Fireship has so much power. So, I mean, it's like definition of the term influencer. They have 1.44 million subscribers, and they create really good digestible videos. And they all get thousands and thousands of views. So literally whatever Fireship talks about, a lot of people are going to be talking about. Which is also interesting because, so he did that bun video 9 days ago. It has over 500,000 views. And then his most recent video is on gzip, which is a Linux utility that there's not a lot of hype around it. People would want to know what it is. Like it's good to learn about it in 100 seconds. but it's not like bleeding edge. You know, it's been around forever, which is super interesting to see the contrasting things. I don't know. Oh yeah, Fresh is from Dino. It's not super new though. It would be nice to try this. So you're saying Big Bun paid Fireship to advertise for them. Here's the thing, like, if you really wanted to advertise something to 1.44 million tech-adjacent people, why wouldn't you say, hey, Fireship, I'll give you $10,000 if you make a 2-minute video on this thing? I'm not saying that happened, obviously, but it could, and someone with a big platform could do something like that. Yeah, gzip is used everywhere. It's used a lot in the web and web requests because it's compression. And so when you go to a website, pretty much any website you go to, the web server is compressing the contents so that it doesn't have to send as much data over, and then the web browser is decompressing it. So yeah. All right. What was I even talking about? Oh yeah, I'm going to talk about my YouTube channel anxiety. Okay. Here's the thing. I started my YouTube channel as a place where I was doing live streams. That was the majority of my content, was live streams on YouTube. And that's how I got a large majority of my initial subscribers. So currently I'm at 121,000 subscribers on YouTube. But I've had the channel for like over 4 years now. And all of the early subscribers and early people into the community were there to watch the the YouTube live streams. And if you look at, these weren't live streams, these were like tutorial videos that I did, but then eventually I did do live streams. Like this was the very first live stream I did 4 years ago. But you can see that early on my live streams usually didn't go longer than like 2 hours or so they were still somewhat digestible. So people would subscribe and still watch my videos because they weren't like 4, 5, 6 hours long. And what's up, Vape Juice Jordan? Thanks for being in here. Is Brotli a bundling tool? Oh, it's a compression. Oh yeah, we were talking about gzip for a second. Yeah. Oh yeah, so we're talking about my YouTube anxiety. So early days, my videos were shorter. The thing is, they were still live streams. They were still completely, mostly improvised. I did as much chat interaction as I could, but there weren't a lot of people watching, so it was pretty easy to get stuff done within an hour or two. And that's where like a lot of my YouTube following came from. And then eventually I switched to Twitch, and also my audience started to grow. So my streams would just be longer because I'd be talking for more. I just do. I interact with the chat as much as I can. And the streams get longer and longer and stuff like that. But here's my dilemma, right? And this is what I'm contemplating about the highlights, because I still have over 20 live streams that haven't been uploaded to YouTube yet. And that's basically what I started doing about 2 years ago. Was I would stream on Twitch, and then I would upload the full stream to YouTube with no editing. Every now and then I would clip like maybe a 10, 15, 20-minute section of a live stream. You can see a lot of those on this content playlist. Like, these are shorter videos, but they were just clipped from a live stream, and they do pretty well in terms of views. But this is my anxiety. I have like 25 2-3+ hour long streams that still need to be uploaded, and it's hindering my ability to upload other not hindering. I'll just say that, yeah, it's hindering my ability to upload more edited and highlight type videos because I have so many streams that haven't been uploaded yet. So I think the solution is I create a separate channel for Twitch VODs, for like live stream VODs. And I think that's the thing, Cesar, is like my audience is kind of split, because I built up this following of people that actually do enjoy long form content, and they do enjoy my several hour long videos. But if I want to grow on YouTube, I have to have shorter form content, because that's like that's the gateway drug to Coding Garden, right? You watch the short form content, you're entertained by it, and then you're like, oh, all right, this guy's cool enough that I'll sit down and watch a 3-hour stream from him. So yeah, I think that's where I'm going. I'm gonna create an archive channel, but then my issue is, do I do it now? Do I do it now and upload the 20 plus videos from, like, so the most recent live stream that's been uploaded, and that's the one that's premiering right now, was from December of last year. So that was 7 months ago. And so I still have over 20 live streams that need to be uploaded. And I only hesitate because what I want to do is I just want to upload all of them, be done with it, so that I can start uploading. Do it now. So that I can start uploading clips and highlights and like more edited content. But that's the issue, right? And Mark Boots has it. Like, if you want to get more views, you can't just upload a bunch of videos. You have to do it gradually. Because for one, your subscribers will hate you if like 20 videos just pop up in their feed. And then also YouTube's algorithm will suggest you less because you have 20 new videos. It doesn't know which one is gonna take off. So that's my dilemma. And I think what I'm gonna do is just create a VOD channel, create an archive channel, upload everything there, and just start uploading clips and highlight videos. But like that's the other option though, is I actually create a separate channel that is highlights only, and then direct people there. But that would take a lot to grow as well, because most people find this channel, because even my older videos, like if you sort by popularity, even my older videos that are 2-3 years old are still getting views. So that's why I feel weird about like separating the content. But I think I have to. I think if I want to stay in the game and if I want to grow my YouTube channel, I have to. I'm missing a lot of chats, but I'm just gonna scroll really quick, see if anything catches my eye. Nice, Heisenberg. Thanks for finding me on YouTube. Tips on starting a programming live stream? Just do it. You don't need the best equipment. Just do it, and get used to talking about your code and talking to people that come into your stream, because it takes some getting used to. So my advice is just do it. Also, check out our friend Vape Juice Jordan. I actually haven't watched in a very long time, Vape Juice Jordan, but if you're still here, thanks for being here. My 7-hour streams are also digestible, but that's what I mean. Like, I have separate audiences, or basically I might have just an audience of converts, right? People that are more willing to watch my longer form content because maybe for one, they enjoy it, but two, maybe they realize that they can actually get something out of it by watching that much. I don't know. And that's the issue with uploading without premiering them, and that's why I do premieres. So, well, don't do that. No. Okay. This video that's premiering right now is, I think, 3.5 hours long. And if I were to just publish a 3.5 hour long video, it wouldn't get many views. Like, basically just returning subscribers would watch it, but new people wouldn't find it. So I started doing this thing where I take an old live stream and then I make it a YouTube premiere. It's unfortunate because some people think it's a live stream. There's not any comments for that. But it basically takes that 3.5 hour video and just makes it so that it's premiering for 3.5 hours so that new people will find my channel and stuff like that. But if I just upload it, it won't get as many views. And the thing is, like, I don't even have ads on my channel, so I'm not worried about views for revenue. I'm worried about just discoverability, like more people being able to even find my stream. Yeah. These days I've been playing your... Well, I appreciate that. Okay, not... Yeah, there are quite a few of you that watch my long videos, but not everyone wants to do that. It's a big commitment. It's like, it's longer than a movie, you know? So. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Avi was mentioning, so they work on Chrome extensions, and they're using this. Oh, I guess they're partnered with somebody so that they could make revenue. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah. Appreciate that, Pablo. But I think that's the thing, and like a lot of people tuning in right now, like you're part of my community that watches my long form content. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. But there are other people that are not that way or don't. Maybe eventually they would be. Maybe I can convert them, but initially they don't have that. They don't want to commit. Yeah, and I think that's when my channel actually grew quite a bit. Is I guess 2 years ago when I started doing highlights and shorter videos, but I didn't stick to it. I just didn't have the time. Yeah. Yeah, I need to do this. There's a lot of upkeep I need to do, but yeah, because right now you can't really tell. I will say that I always keep my clock visible in the top right. So at least you can see the date. You won't know the year, but all of the more recent ones were from 2021. And Winter Not Found, thank you for that sub. Namaste Geek with the 11 months, who says, was on Twitter making sure I was following you. Tell me about Barkwire, and thanks for the streams. So I don't use my personal Twitter anymore. I don't even know what it is. Don't even post what it is, because I don't use Twitter. I just have the Coding Garden Twitter, and you'll notice that I am following no one, and I only have followers. I could probably see that's another thing in terms of just like growing my channel. I could voice my opinions and like get people talking about it and retweeting and stuff like that. I'm just not into drama. It doesn't all have to be drama. I don't know. My Twitter is basically just used for telling you that I'm live on Twitch. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, you can follow me there. But for now, yeah, I don't have any plans on tweeting my opinions or having a more personal Twitter. And then Barkwire was an API we used as an example at a meetup talk thingy we did along. Did people just follow me? Hey, thanks for the follows. Actually, if you look at the front end face-off, which was a meetup talk that happened in Denver, Colorado. Front end face-off Vue. Oh no! I didn't do Vue. I used Vanilla.js. This is actually a cool video because this is like what it would be like coding in front of a live Twitch audience. I mean, obviously it's live right now, but you're all just sitting in front of a chat box. People in this room were rowdy and a little bit drunk. But the reason I'm talking about this is because Barkwire. So Barkwire was just a simple API that returned dogs. And dude named Daisy, thank you very much for that raid. Welcome in, raiders. But so Barkwire was an API that we all used to implement the same app. So I used Vanilla.js to call this API, show the dogs on the page. Someone else used React, someone used Vue, someone used Ember. And so that's what Barkwire is. Yeah. But so yeah, that video that I just shared, if you're looking for some entertainment, watch this. I basically implement like a tiny front-end framework in roughly 25 minutes to show the dogs from the API. So yeah, that's a thing. All right, let me catch up, and then I'll start answering some actual code questions. But recently, this is kind of what the Coding Garden has turned into, is where we just talk. We just talk for like the first hour and a half or so, which I think is fine. I enjoy it. Yeah, and I think like that's more and more what I'm leaning towards, is like my current channel will essentially, any new content is going to be highlights or clips or edited videos, and then I just have a separate channel that has all of the VODs. And I think anyone that is interested in that will subscribe to that channel because they're invested in that and they would be interested in it. So yeah. Yeah. I am Ruse. Says I watch your videos before going to sleep, but you put a kappa, so I don't know if you're being serious or not. But I do know some people that actually do that. And one thing I wanted to start doing more recently is the JavaScript bedtime reading, where I read actual JavaScript books in a nice, calm, soothing voice. And some people actually told me, they were like, I listen to this when I'm going to bed, and like it's made me a better programmer. I doubt that it was, but they were pretty adamant that it was like subliminally making them a better programmer. Yeah. In a video with it, yeah. I mean, and it's tricky. The main reason it's tricky on my current channel is because I have so many live streams that need to be uploaded. But I think I need to just call it. I think, and I'll probably just do this today. Any other live stream VODs I need to upload get uploaded to a new channel, and then I'm gonna start posting edited content. You all have convinced me. I've convinced myself just by talking about it out loud. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I mean, and it's fun to do those like long streams, like the 12-hour stream, like I've done I think 17 hours might have been the longest live stream I've done. But Namaste Geek, thank you very much for that sub. Oh yeah, I already talked about it, but thank you. Nikinchi is mentioning, I learned and I'm still learning JS from your videos. Nice, nice. Introduce a 1-month deal. Sub on YouTube, free sub on Twitch. That would be really expensive. Yeah. The thing, and so like that's the other issue, right? It's like, what if, because like advertising is a whole nother like moral dilemma for me. Like I don't have ads enabled because I don't like ads. I believe like I want to be supported by my community, and you all are doing that with Twitch subs, Patreon stuff, and then eventually when I launch paid courses, some of you will support me in that way. That's how I want to make money. I don't want to make money through the advertising system. I'm forced to do it on Twitch. I can't disable ads on Twitch, but basically, so all of my videos on here have no ads on them. But if I'm releasing shorter form content, it might make sense to have ads. And so the newer, shorter videos might have ads on them, and then the VOD channel, I can keep ads disabled there. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, that might be an issue with exposure as well. Like, having videos that don't have ads on them, YouTube is less likely to suggest them because YouTube can't make money off of them. Well, thank you, Shed. Yeah. Well, so here's the thing. I mean, if you all are into Coding Garden lore, Brad Traversy mentioned my channel in one of his videos. I think it was like 2 years ago at this point. But he just mentioned my video, and I gained, or not my video, he mentioned my channel, and I gained 20,000 subscribers overnight. Let's see if I can find it. It was like 25 best YouTube channels or something like that. It was before he started having a lot of guests on his channel. Here it is, 2 years ago. But he just mentioned Coding Garden, and my subs just blew up. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, there it is. I'm gonna play it all for you. I'm gonna play it because I think what he said was like, something about it being like the best JavaScript content or something like that.
depth for people industry or you work in the industry. All right, so the next channel is Coding Garden with CJ, which is a channel I found a few months ago and is probably right now my favorite channel as far as learning more JavaScript, because he's in
that's all I should play for you. But so back then I only had 15,000 subscribers. But him just saying that was like an instant endorsement and like 20,000 subs overnight. Yeah. You're my Netflix for coding, and it's free. Yeah, it's true. It's free. Yeah. So I don't stream on YouTube anymore because I'm a partner on Twitch. And I'm technically allowed to stream other places. I just can't simulcast. I can't stream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time because of my Twitch contract, which has exclusive rights to my live streams that originated on Twitch. So if I stream on Twitch, the content that appeared on Twitch cannot appear anywhere else for 24 hours. And that's probably the case for most Twitch creators that you know. A lot of people actually don't follow it, though, because you might see some people on Twitch that will cross-stream to other platforms, even though they're a Twitch affiliate or a Twitch partner. And they also might upload highlight videos less than 24 hours after a stream. They're technically not supposed to do that. So that's why I don't stream on YouTube anymore. I technically could just go live to YouTube, but Twitch is better. Yeah. Just have two different cameras. No, I was reading some articles where people were talking about that. Like, if you're basically showing a different screen in a different camera, does it still count? And I think it actually still counts. Yeah, thanks again for that raid, dude named Daisy. Did we get a shout out for them? If not, I'll shout you out again. Thanks for coming in. You were working on GMTK Roll the Dice. What is GMTK? Game Maker's Toolkit. Cool. Cool. Can I show your desktop setup without chroma key? I've showed it before, but I'll show it again. Anything weird in... here. This is it. Also, I moved that shelf that was over there. So yeah, this is what's really happening. It's just me in a basement with a big blue sheet behind me. And some gaffer's tape keeping the sheet off. But it's more fun when you look at me like this. Like that. Yeah. Johnny Depp used him. Did I already talk about YouTube Shorts? Yeah, so I want to do YouTube Shorts. I want to do TikTok. But again, it was just that dilemma of like, I don't really want to do that now because I'm still uploading old live streams and then the content would be intermixed. I guess that's the third option, right? Is I start uploading edited content to YouTube while still uploading old live streams. But I think that would be too confusing for new viewers because some of those live streams are like 6 months old. I don't know. The Timmy's, that's a weird... Yeah, we figured out the placement for it. I had the mic sitting down here, but people were like, it's too far away. So we clipped it to my hat. Yeah. And I think that's what I decided, Seville, is essentially I'm going to create a new channel today. Start putting VODs up there. And then... start uploading edited content, which means we need to create some content today. So we'll come up with some ideas for things that I can clip and upload. This is one idea I have. Fun is overhyped. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna scroll quick. Yeah, and that's the other thing is like, on Twitter, I could share my clips and videos and stuff like that. Though I saw a thing today. I didn't even know it was a thing. I guess I don't know what to show, but people can live stream on Twitter. I had no idea that was a thing. Did you all know that was a thing? Yeah, Fresh would be a good one. What's up, Trash Dev? Is that a microphone on your? It is. Yeah. If you watched earlier, I mean, you don't have to, but earlier in the stream, we were trying to figure out the best placement for it, and we learned that on my hat is the best place. I think I'm just gonna get a lapel mic though. The main advantage of this thing is that it's wireless. Actually, watch me. I'm gonna go walk all the way across the room, and you'll still be able to hear me. Check 1 2. Hello. Look at me. I'm away from my desk. I'm closer to the air conditioner. Can you hear it? Hello. Wow. Wow. All right, I need to catch up on chat so we can actually start answering questions. Imagine the money you'll make off one video if it hits 1 million views. There's actually a really good video from Windover Productions that he made recently about how content creators make money, or how the YouTube creator economy works. It's super interesting because I don't consider myself a traditional YouTuber. I mean, especially the fact that I have ads disabled. But he talks about like creators that get like 1 million views on a video are going to make around $4,000 or so per 1 million views, which in the grand scheme of things isn't a ton. Like it would take a while to become a millionaire off of that. But yeah, when he talks about this, sponsorship spots are where the real money's at. So when people talk about brilliant.org or stuff like that, that's how they really make their money. Yeah. I'd rather see ads if it allows you to do this full time. Yeah, but I'm hoping my paid courses will bring most of my income in. Yeah. I say so. Heisenberg is asking about learning multiple languages at the same time. It's tricky. I would say if you're a complete beginner, it's a hard thing to do because you'll confuse yourself with syntax and stuff like that. So I would say stick to one. But it just depends. The main issue is you will confuse yourself in that you'll try to use the wrong syntax, which isn't the end of the world. It'll just make it harder to learn because you'll be confusing things. Yeah, or like VPNs and stuff like that. Cool. Yeah, and that's the other thing is partners can negotiate like a custom contract, and there actually was some recent news about Twitch allowing or removing the exclusivity clause for bigger streamers while reducing their cut. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and so some people use Restream, but yeah. You can hear my hair growing. And Lenards, thank you very much for that gift sub. That's awesome. Appreciate you. It's picking up my air conditioner, which just won't shut off because it's so hot today. So that's the thing. It's true, yeah. But I mean, when you see how a lot of like big YouTubers are portrayed, they're like they're portrayed at least as multi-millionaires. So I don't know. Yeah, that was a great video by Tom Scott. We talked about that a while back whenever he released it. has... Okay, let's see if it's accurate. This video has 54,353,400. Look at that! That's so cool. It's still accurate. 2 years later. I mean, there's a script running that's updating it constantly, but yeah. Yeah, I probably might run an experiment just to see how much ad revenue I can make, because I would rather, like, depending on the amount of money I would make, I would rather not have ads than for just a little bit of money subject people to ads. And what's up, Limotes? Welcome in. Yeah. And Tomarillo, thank you for that Prime sub. Much appreciated. Yeah. Yep. I mean, I mainly stick to a single language, but I can jump to others. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's another thing that Windover Productions talks about in that video I just shared, is that, like, creators in other countries actually make less money because their audience can't, or not can't, but their audience doesn't see the, like, US targeted ads. And Code Then Cake, thank you for that tier 1. All right, let's answer a question and write some code. So you can ask questions by typing !ask in the chat, followed by your question. And it will pop up on this website, and then you can go over to this website and upvote other questions that other people have asked. So if you have asked a question, type ! here, and that question will bubble up to the top, and I will do my best to answer it. Here we go, from One Computer Guy. Have you checked InkDrop? It's a note-taking app that works with Markdown and has a ton of plugins. Maybe it might be helpful for you. I'll check it out. So I pretty much just use a text editor, like not even Markdown, just plain old text for all of my note-taking. Pretty cool. There's also, let's think of, so I did use Obsidian for a while. Actually, I just used it on my work computer, and that became my main note-taking thing. It's a Markdown note taker, but it has this idea of, like, related notes and, like, creates a graph of them and stuff like that. What's org mode? Oh, for Emacs. Cool. I haven't seen InkDrop. It looks cool. I don't think I would try a new note-taking tool. There's I think it's for Mac only. There's an app, I think it was called Bear. Yeah. Oh, I guess it's not for, for Mac and the App Store. But this was a Markdown app. There was one other Markdown note-taking app that I really liked, and the reason I liked it was because the preview of your Markdown was embedded. Oh yeah, Notion is another one. I know they have, like, paid plans and stuff like that. But Notion actually, like, I think that's the thing. If I was gonna pay for a tool, it would probably be Notion, just because they have so much embedded in it. It's like Google Docs, but all Markdown focused, and then also they have like, you can do, like, Kanban boards in Trello like this. And it's all, like, run off of Markdown. So yeah, Notion seems sweet. But there was a Markdown app where the Markdown preview was embedded. Mark text? So basically, like, if you did a heading, so like pound heading name, it would actually increase the text size but still show you the syntax. So it's not a live preview, it's like embedded preview. This one does that? Mark text. This domain name is for sale. When's the last time this was updated? I mean, it was updated in March, and they already lost their domain. That's unfortunate. But yeah, let me look at their GitHub. Yeah, this kind of is it, because essentially, like, you're editing, and then the moment you're done editing a thing, it, like, renders the preview in line. However, this one still kept, like, the markdown syntax. Was it Joplin? I don't think this was it. Also, there was a markdown taking app that did syncing, but you could self-host it. That's another one that I actually tried for a little bit. I think it started with an L. Was it like Lumen or something like that? I guess not. Encryptic? Open source note-taking application? This isn't the one I tried, but yeah. Oh well, there's a lot of options. Oh, Laverna. Laverna, I think, is the one I was thinking of. Yeah, this is it. So this is self-hosted, and could also do like syncing, and it's encrypted. Let's take a quick stretch though. So if I was going to self-host, I would probably use something like this or look into alternatives. And if I was going to pay for something, I probably would choose Notion just because of all the built-in features. Though I don't know what InkDrop has on it or how the pricing is any better. It's $5 a month. I don't know. And thank you, Stony Eagle, for that stretch. So my answer to your question is I have not checked it. Seems cool. Seems cool. All right, this one comes from Stony Eagle. Can you explain why you shouldn't modify the prototype? There are good use cases like date formatter or on date or case modifiers on strings, right? Let's talk about this, because this we'll actually get to write some code for this. Don't modify prototype. Okay, so, yeah, the question was from yesterday, and I think it's because, well, not yesterday, when I streamed last, which was Wednesday, because I showed the example. Actually, let me pull that code up, and then we'll talk about it from there. And howdy, Frozen Spray, welcome in. We're just answering questions today, Bindo. This. Okay, so we have this function small enough where you pass it an array, and then you pass it the limit, and you need to return true if every value in that array is under the limit. And in our case, we used the sum array method built into JavaScript. So this array method allows you to pass in a function. That function gets called on every element, but the moment one of those returns true, this returns early and then returns true. But if none of them match it, it'll make it to the end and it returns false. So yeah, well, the other solution we showed was with every. This was just showing with some because of. So if you do every, then you don't do not. And you want every number to be less than or equal to the limit. Yeah, so this is the solution if you use every. This is the solution if you use some. But Brooklyn Dev came into the chat and they were like, some is the word itself is confusing, and in C# we have any, which makes more sense. And I agreed with that because some implies, okay, do some of these match it? But what it really means is the first one that matches, we're done. Like, because yes, it does match. So not some, any. If any of them match, then return true. And so they basically mean the same thing, but any seemed like a better word for it. And so in C#, they call it any. But what I showed is, oh, well, we don't have any in JavaScript, but if we just do this little line of code right here, if we say array.prototype.any equals array.prototype.sum, now we do have any in JavaScript. We can say array.any, the code's exactly the same, but now we have this any function that we can use. And so this little line of code is what comes into question, because in passing I just said, in the real world, don't do this. And I didn't clarify it further, but Stony Eagle is now asking the question, why not? Why don't we run this line of code? This looks really useful, right? We can add any methods we want. And actually, there are some libraries out there that modify the prototype. And so, to answer the question, why shouldn't we do that? The main reason is that we don't want to interfere with other code in our code base. And this is called prototype pollution. Prototype pollution with 2 L's. Because we are essentially adding new things or like modifying the built-in prototype. And this applies to built-in things. So like the array prototype or the object prototype, or the number prototype, or the string prototype, that thing, or string.prototype. Like, technically, we can put things on here, or we can modify things that are already on there, but the main issue is, if there is other code in our code base that's depending on this prototype not being modified, not having new functions, and it's depending on it working as intended, our code could affect that. And so that's why we say, don't pollute the prototype, don't modify the prototype. Instead, you should create helper functions. So instead of doing this, you might say array any, and it works in a similar way, but it takes in the array and the callback, and then literally just does sum. So array.sum with the callback. So instead of modifying the prototype, we literally define a function that does what we want it to do, and then we can import that function wherever we need it, or we define that function where we need it. So I'll say do this instead. Just import where needed. Yeah, I thought that goes without saying. Never occurred to me that someone would modify the prototype. Here's the thing. Let's talk about some projects that do modify the prototype and why people don't like it. So, Moment.js is probably the most popular example of this. And though they might have changed in their more recent versions. Read. Yeah, I mean, and that's the reason that these other libraries, Luxon, got introduced, because they don't modify the prototype. Let's look for a Moment.js prototype modification. At the moment, I can't find any wording on it. Thank you, Curls. Let's see if the project status has anything. Instead of modifying the native date prototype Moment.js creates a wrapper for the date object. Okay. So maybe they used to. Maybe they don't anymore? Oh well, one I know for sure does it, I think, is MooTools. And this thing has been around for a very long time. And this actually got into naming for array flatten, or flat, because flatten exists in MooTools. Full documentation. Let's find the array type, and we see that they've added this flatten array. So let's talk about the implications of modifying the prototype. And this is a real-world example because MooTools is a JavaScript library that's been around for a very long time, and they actually modify the JavaScript prototype. This was something they'd been doing for a long time. I don't know if they add new features that still modify the prototype, but it's more and more frowned upon. But for example, MooTools, when you add it to your page, gives you this flatten method on arrays. So any array that you have, you can just say .flatten, and that will return a smushed version of that array. So for example, if you have an array of arrays, this returns a flat array that doesn't have any nested arrays inside of it. So seems really useful. And the creators of the ECMAScript standard thought it was useful as well. So the committee that works on the JavaScript standard, which is the ECMAScript standard, said, hey, we want to actually add that to JavaScript. And the issue was, if they were to add it to the official JavaScript language and they were to call it flatten, it's possible that websites that use this MooTools library would have broken, because websites that use this MooTools library are dependent on the MooTools implementation. And if JavaScript introduces the flatten method that behaves differently, slightly differently, like I don't know how many levels deep this flattening goes, and actually I think it goes several levels deep by default. You can see that they just have this array that has a nested array, and then inside of there's another nested array. But you can see when we get the return of flatten, it's a single array. If you actually do this same thing in JavaScript with the newer flat method, you get a different result. So if I do this .flat, you can see that it doesn't flatten it all the way like MooTools does. So this is one of the issues of modifying the prototype. MooTools modified the prototype. They're like, all right, it should work this way. JavaScript wanted to introduce a new function, and if they were to call it flatten, it would have behaved differently, right? It doesn't behave this way, it would have behaved this way, which is why there was actually a really big debate. It was like, all right, we can't call this thing flatten. What do we call it instead? Some people said we should call it smush. At the end of the day, they ended up calling it flat. But all of that to say, this is the issue with modifying the prototype. If the actual language itself gets updated or changed, it could have effects on code you've written that modifies the prototype. And that's just one instance of what could go wrong. There's more I wanted to say. I kind of lost my track of what I was saying. Anyone in chat, do you have any comments on that? And then thank you, Stony Eagle. Yeah, so Stony Eagle was the one that asked the question. JavaScript, Smushgate. But would flatten not override the native JS flatten? I guess it would, but it would create confusion because I guess technically if MooTools was on the page, once it loads, it overrides the prototype. And so yeah, it would actually, if this was called flatten, it would have overridden it anyways. But because MooTools has been around for so long, they actually have people on the TC39 committee. That's the committee of people that decide what's going to go into the language, and they were the ones saying, you can't do this because we've already done that. So, yeah. So Smooshgate is a thing that happened back in 2018. Because they didn't want them to put flatten into ECMAScript. I think this was something we learned purely because of the mood tools issue. And there are other instances. So, like, let's say a date library modifies the date prototype. I mean, it seems like it could be really useful, right? So instead of having to call moment and then calling format, what if you could just do date.format in JavaScript with a format string like that? Seems like it'd be really useful. However, that would be modifying the built-in prototype, and eventually we might get something like that in the language. We don't right now. We don't have a format method, but yeah. Changing the prototype messes with some JavaScript engine optimizations. That's possible as well. I'm not going to pretend like I know how stuff like that works, but it could be that the prototype method for built-in objects is potentially native code, or potentially like compiled into native code to get some serious optimizations. But if you overwrite it, you no longer get those optimizations because now it's just regular JavaScript. So I could see something like that happen. Yeah, I mean, and you could technically make Smush. Like that's another thing you could do. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, I mean, you technically can say array.prototype.smoosh equals array.prototype.flat. And now I can say this. .smoosh. And that works just fine. Yeah. You could use like a prefix. Sure, like if you really want to modify the prototype and you want to make sure that you're not interfering with anyone, technically you could do something like CG_smush. So now we know this is Coding Garden, and it's unlikely that this would ever get added to the real JavaScript. So you could, but just in general, like that's why we have modules. That's why we have the ability to create small functions like this. Instead of modifying the prototype, you just have utility functions that can be used. Yeah, and so okay, I think that's a point I wanted to make that I lost my train of thought on. All right, when you're writing code like this and it's in your own code base, it's not the end of the world, right? Because you maybe only have a few developers on your team, and so when you do things like this, they all may know and be aware of it. However, if you're working on a tool or a library that is open source that other people are going to bring into their project, that's where you could run into issues, because someone brings that project into their code base, and now you've modified the prototype potentially without them knowing, and that's what can create issues. So that's a good point as well, is like if it's in your own code base, not the end of the world, but if it's in a project used by other people, that's definitely where a lot of issues will arise. What does Firefox Developer Edition do that Chrome doesn't? It just has newer Firefox features. I would say the main thing it does is it is managed by a non-profit company, whereas Google Chrome is managed by a for-profit company. And so if that's something you care about, then you could use Firefox. And then the Dev Edition is just comparing the Firefox Dev Edition to Firefox proper or Firefox regular. The Dev Edition gets features sooner than the regular Firefox version. Yeah, for sure. And that's along the lines of what Chad was mentioning earlier, is like, if someone didn't know that you modified the prototype, like, that could introduce bugs and they don't know why they're there. Yeah, and so that's another thing about creating web components. You typically want to namespace them so that it doesn't interfere with other components. And so that's a similar idea to not interfere, but we're not modifying prototype in that case, but it still makes sense to namespace them. Oh, we're not done. We're going to revisit it and add more stuff to it, the GeoCities things. Does this prototyping exist in other languages? It would vary, but JavaScript is one of the main ones that I know of. Prototype-based languages. Prototype-based programming. I mean, that's JavaScript. See if we can find a list of other languages. Languages supporting prototype-based programming. So yeah, JavaScript, which is from ECMAScript. Let's see if I even have heard of any of these. I've heard of Lua. I didn't know Lua was prototype-based. Perl is prototype-based, apparently. Python has prototypes. Huh. Perl added the prototype feature in 1996. Cool. Yeah, so there are some languages that work that way. I would say it's less popular, and I would say that people that use other languages are pretty critical of it. So if you find someone that uses like C# or Java on a regular basis, they might be pretty critical of the prototype system. Yeah. Jquery does not modify the prototype, as far as I know, or any prototypes, as far as I know. Similar to monkey patching in Ruby, probably, because monkey patching is a very similar, like, or a very general programming term, and that's kind of what we're doing here. Because so I'm showing the most basic example where you add a prototype method by just setting it equal to something else, but technically, you can overwrite it completely. So let's see something dangerous, or like, let's see how I can add weird behavior to JavaScript. I could say array.prototype.map. So this is the map that we are familiar with and that you use all over your code if you use array map. But I could set this to equal to a function that literally just returns an array with the word no inside of it. So now that I've done that, if I do something like this, and I get the number, and let's say I want to create an array of doubled numbers. Now, when I run this function, it's just going to give me back an array that says no. Let's log it so we can see it. Array.any is not a function. That makes sense because I commented out this piece right here. Array.smoosh is not a function. That makes sense because I renamed it to Coding Garden Smoosh. Okay, so now that I've overridden the map function with no, this would have far-reaching effects across a code base, right? Oh yeah, that's another fun one. So it's not, I guess, is it math.random? Yeah, so math.random always returns a random value between 0 and 1 non-inclusive. So if I do this, we're always getting a random value between 0 and 1. But if I overwrite it and say math.prototype.random is now a function that always returns 42. Now, it's not the prototype. It's literally, so this is more of a, in other languages, what would be called a static method, but we can still overwrite it. That's not overwriting the prototype, though. That's just overwriting a static method. And you see, no matter what, I always get 42. Or if you're familiar with xkcd, you could do something like this. And so now, math.random always returns 4. Do you know there's a way to predict the numbers of math.random? Yeah, and it's mainly because it's not cryptographically secure. And also, as far as I know, I don't think there's a way to introduce a seed value. But there is a new crypto web standard that can let you create cryptographically secure random numbers, get random values. And this is, so if you want something to be truly random and you don't want it to be predictable, this is the method that you would use instead of just math.random. Okay, what's monkey patching in Ruby? Dynamic modification to a class, and by dynamic modification to a class means to add new or overwrite existing methods at runtime. Yep, this would be similar. I mean, you can technically do a similar thing in C#, I believe. Well, actually, you can create extension methods, and you can create method overrides. But I don't know if you can replace the overall method implementation. But it's somewhat similar. Cool. So, to answer your question, it messes with other people's code, and we don't want to do that. So that's why we don't touch the prototype of built-in objects. Yeah. It's totally different in C#? Okay. There's C# method, built-in class method overloading. So method overloading is typically the term you use when you're talking about inheriting from a class and overloading a method. But there's a way to override things built into C#. Does anyone know the term for that? Does it only work on static classes? C# override built-in. I've done it before. Override modifier? I do have a middle click. Realistically, would you really use the crypto API in the real world? If I was working on something that needed a cryptographically secure random number. In the real world, we pretty often just want to like select a random thing from an array or something like that. Maybe it is extension methods, which I guess you cannot override with. Oh, I've clicked this link before. Extension methods enable you to add methods to existing types without creating a new derived type. Oh, I know. So that's why somebody asked about middle click. I like clicking command like that. So maybe this is what I was thinking of, but you can't override existing ones. Yeah, because this literally lets you add a word count function to the built-in string object. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you can't override, you can extend. All right, let's keep moving. What are my thoughts on Tauri? We talked about this a long time ago, and I tried to use it, but then I couldn't because it wanted me to install the GCC, and then that just spun forever. However, it looks like you don't need that anymore. You can just do Xcode, and then you install Rust. Huh. Let's try it. I'm going to take a quick break, but when I come back, we're going to build an app with Tauri. How about that? Yeah. So that's actually, if you look at, that's why. I'll show you this. And we had some giveaway code where we used a cryptographically secure random number generator. Random number C-string, because we wanted people to make sure, people wanted to make sure that the giveaway was fair and couldn't be predicted. And okay, not now. Thank you for the bits. We installed this library before, actually no, because we could have used the crypto library, like the built-in crypto in node.js. I don't know why we installed this library. Oh well. It's me, Mario. What's that from, Mr. Kek? All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm gonna leave you with a YouTube video, and when I come back, we're gonna try Tari. We'll see how quickly can I spin up a Tari app with no prerequisites. I guess the only prerequisite is that I have done Xcode select, though I don't think I have Rust installed. Any Rust developers in here? How can I check if I have the Rust compiler? What's the Rust compiler called? Is it literally Rust? 4 seconds is how fast I can spin it up. Well, I have to install Rust first. Rust C? Okay, yeah. So I don't have Rust. So you're gonna see how fast I can install Rust, spin up an app, and maybe we'll create like a counter clicker or something like that. I'm gonna see. $5 TTS. That's not inflation. So here's the thing. I get distracted very easily, and if I had sound notifications for every single sub, for every single donation, if I had TTS for every single donation, I couldn't get anything done because it would just be you all making noise, which is why I have to set a limit of some kind. That could be YouTube content as well. Let's see. How fast can a JS developer spin up Tari?
Cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100 noises.
Thank you, Murdoch. And this is my my break timer right on time. So let's find a video to leave you with, and then I'll be back soon. The TTS is loud. I guess I could turn it down there. My emails are going to the spam folder because my email server is on a block list. But you could do me a favor and click not spam, and that will help. I'm gonna change email servers soon. I'll leave you with this: free online resources to learn to code. Though it feels like there's not a lot of beginners here today, but maybe all the beginners are just quiet. And that's okay. Hey, no worries, Murdoch. Thank you for the support. We'll see you soon. I'm gonna leave it like this so it's somewhat more apparent that I am not live. Alright, I'll be back in roughly 10 minutes. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. I'm going to answer this question that I get a lot. And Revive Newt has asked it. Hello, Revive Newt. Revive Newt says, what resources do you recommend to self-teach coding? And I'm basically going to tell you all the things that I know are decent. But the thing is, we live in a world where there are so many free resources on the web for learning to code. The things that I mention, you might not like them, but feel free to find other ones. I'm just going to show you the ones where if you have nowhere to start, you don't know where to go, I'm going to show you what you should look at. And I will also mention that this is in reference to, for the most part, web development. I do think that JavaScript, HTML, CSS are really good programming languages to start with. Of course, you can start with other things, but I do like the idea of starting with web development just because it's so easy to get up and going, and you could build a website right now if you really wanted to. Whereas other things take a lot of setup. But regardless, the first recommendation is Free Code Camp. So if you go to freecodecamp.org, this is a totally free curriculum that has lessons on learning about HTML and CSS in the responsive web design category. You can learn about the basics of programming with JavaScript in the JavaScript algorithms and data structures category. And what's really cool about Free Code Camp is it's a project-based learning. So you will create projects, and some of the projects you create can be for nonprofit organizations, which is pretty cool. But one thing I like about Free Code Camp is if you have no idea where to start, you can go into one of these certifications, and you can basically just see a breakdown of all the things that this certification covers. So even if you don't use Free Code Camp to learn directly, the curriculums alone are just a really good roadmap of what you should learn and sort of in what order you should learn it. But what I'll recommend is pretty much every resource I show you, you should check out all of these resources and pick the ones that works best for you. But yeah, HTML and CSS, JavaScript, front-end libraries like React, and CSS frameworks like Bootstrap. So Free Code Camp is great. Another one to check out is the Odin Project, and this is very similar. It's basically a free online curriculum. I believe the Odin Project, like let's look at full stack JavaScript, and let's look at Web Development 101. Yeah, I think the thing about the Odin Project is it's mainly just lessons, right? So with Free Code Camp, you actually are doing the lessons inside of the website itself. So if you go to the lesson, it has a prompt on the left, you write your code here, and then it tells you whether or not you pass that particular question. The Odin Project is just articles that describe things so that you can learn and give you exercises to do, which I think is really good because it forces you to get out of the web browser and start to code things like a real developer in that you're using potentially the terminal, you're using an editor, that kind of stuff. So, but again, the Odin Project is another one of those things where if you have no idea where to start, just looking at their curriculum will give you a good idea of what you need to learn and where you need to learn it. So these are in the category of more structured things. I'll also show you a really good resource, which is MDN, the Mozilla Developer Network. This is like the de facto documentation for how to do things on the web. But they also actually have a section on learning web development, and they have tutorials. So not only is it a reference where you can actually look up how things work, like in the browser and stuff like that, you can actually find a guided tutorial and different things like that as well. So you can check these out. And then let's move on to this other thing, Khan Academy. So Khan Academy is also very similar to Free Code Camp in that the exercises you do are on the website itself. And Khan Academy is great. They have more than just programming. Go away. They have a ton of different things, but they also have this computer programming course. And again, this is another one of those things that just kind of breaks it down, right? It tells you what order you should learn things in, and it's a good resource. All right, that's it for like prescribed curriculums. Now I'm just going to show you a bunch of resources that will help you in your learning journey. And thank you very much, David Snyder, for the 10 bits. Thank you very much. The first one is Daniel Schiffman of the Coding Train. So on YouTube, if you just search for Coding Train, you'll find a ton of super interactive and extremely informational videos. Thank you for the 10 bits, David. Much appreciated. And especially if you're completely and totally new to programming, this code playlist is what you're looking for. Like this code playlist takes you from knowing absolutely nothing about programming to building cool interactive visualizations and small games. So definitely check out this code playlist. And then just in general, take a look at the Coding Train's channel because he does live streams like I do, and you can tune in and learn a bunch of stuff. He especially does things like machine learning and artificial intelligence and all kinds of really cool stuff. My next recommendation is just search YouTube. There is so many resources and so much content on YouTube. I mean, of course, you could look at my channel, but if you just search Learn Web Development, let's see what channels pop up. And thank you very much, Nandos, for the 100 bits. My overlay is broken right now. My emote parsing is broken, but I thank you for the 100 bits. And look at this. So the Coder, a great YouTube channel. You should definitely check her out. Let's see who else. Web Dev Simplified, that's a great channel. Traversy Media is great. Stefan just has a bunch of great life advice. Code Academy has a YouTube channel. There's Dev Ed. There's Academind. I mean, pretty much any of these top results, you can just go into that YouTube channel and you're going to find a ton of really great resources on how to learn how to code. So definitely use YouTube. And then Another thing I'll mention is just in terms of practicing coding, Code Wars is a really great website. So Code Wars are user-submitted coding problems that you can just practice. So one of the things about learning to code is it's not just like you just learn XYZ and then you're done. You basically have to keep practicing. And I practice every single day. I'm constantly learning and growing. And so if you want to get good at it and you want to stay good at it, you have to constantly learn and grow as well. And so Code Wars is a great website for practicing all of the things that you've learned in isolation with small coding problems. This is my break timer. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, and I realize this is actually like way longer than I thought this video was going to be, but these are great resources. So check out Code Wars. There are a lot of other websites like this, and I recommend to try all of those. There's things like LeetCode, Coding Game, a lot of different things like that. And then the last thing I'll mention is this course called CS50, and this is kind of in the category of free online college courses. So there are a bunch of very prestigious universities that actually put their course content online for free that you can learn from. And CS50 is a course that's offered by Harvard. But you can go in, you can check out the syllabus for this class. You can look at you can actually watch videos from each of the lessons. You can see all of the exercises, and this is the exact same content that a student at Harvard would have seen. And so there are other ones out there. I mean, there are courses from Stanford and MIT. If you just search for like free college courses, you can find resources for that as well. Yeah, so all of these things are great for self-learning. There's a million more. The internet is just full of things. Ralph says don't use all of them at the same time. I would recommend you find one that works for you and then try to just stick with it. But after you've learned the basics, then I think it is good to jump around. And I mean, in reference to like YouTube channels, every instructor teaches in a different way. So you'll potentially learn something different, even if they're talking about the same topic. So I recommend jump around, learn things, all that good stuff. Yeah, so that's it for that. Hopefully these resources are helpful to you. I'll link all of them in the description of the video, and leave a comment. Let us know what resources are helpful for you. See you later. Say bye, YouTube. Bye, YouTube. Wave. Bye, YouTube. Hello? Check. Hi. How's that sound? I'm going back to this mic. My partner told me I sound like I'm talking in a tin can on the other one. I think we'll use this mic when I'm doing things away from my desk, which makes sense. But when I'm at my desk, I'll use this. Cool. And what's up, ArmTech? Oh yeah, I gotta fix the sync. Check. Check. I know a little bit of C#, yep. Twitch just announced a bunch of new API endpoints. Ooh. Ooh. Can you link the article? Okay. Okay. Welcome everyone. You're here at the Coding Garden. You may have been here all day. You may have just gotten here. But what we're about to do is attempt to build an app with Tauri. So I do not do gardening, at least on stream. This is the Coding Garden where we write code, and the idea is you can grow your coding skills by watching this channel. Got new scopes. They have new endpoints, so you can send a whisper. You can work with VIPs. Add moderators? That's awesome. It's interesting that there's a full-on API endpoint for deleting a chat message. I guess I was doing that through Twitch IRC before. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wrote C# at work, but I didn't do it enough to say that I know it. I can do it. I'm not an expert in it. All right, this is a Q&A stream. So this question was asked by Funny Boy, who said, "What are my thoughts on Tauri?" So Tauri is a way of creating desktop applications that are cross-platform. And what's interesting is it's based on Rust, and it's not Electron is also what is interesting. So let's get it going. I'm going to install Rust. Here we go. And actually, I'm going to maybe turn this into YouTube content. So here comes a YouTube intro. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. My name is CJ. I'm typically a JavaScript developer, but today I'm going to do my best to attempt to build a Tauri app. So I've only ever heard of Tauri. I've never actually used it, and you're going to watch me try and get it set up and going on my computer. My goal is to at least get like a counter app, like an app where I can increase it or decrease a counter going. So I'm on a Mac. I'm going to run through the setup instructions on a Mac. Here we go. So I should have this installed already. Let's see. Yeah. That's actually really funny. I was like, yes, you do have it installed. Okay. I'm going to create a directory for trying Tauri. Tiring. I named it the wrong thing. All right, what's the next step? I need to install Rust. So to install Rust on a Mac, open a terminal and enter the following command. We have audited this bash script, and it does what it says it's supposed to do. Yeah, I just want to see, like, is this still the, like, if I go to the Rust website, is this how they're going to tell me how to install Rust? Install. That checks out. Cool. So I could have just copied and pasted this command. I just want to make sure that the Tauri docs are up to date, and they are, so they get a bonus point for that. Here we go. We're going to install Rust. All right. Let's see what it tells me. Welcome to Rust. This will download and install the official compiler for the Rust programming language. Here, I'm going to change my title to have the word Rust inside of it, because that'll get people to click on it. Cool. Seems fine. All right. This is going to be added to my path variable. Go for it. Rust up self uninstall. That's good to know. All right, let's go. All right, so we have Rust installed. To get started, we may need to restart your current shell. Cool, so I'll just open up a new terminal tab. And do we have the Rust compiler? We do. All right, so we've got Rust. Let's install the Tauri CLI. And I don't know if I'm saying that right. Tauri? So we do, oh, I guess Cargo also got installed. So Cargo is the package manager for Rust. So if I do cargo install Tauri CLI, Rust did install that fast. That's pretty cool. It's a lot of crates. Thank you, Yaps, for the posture check. I pressed a key, but it's all right. It's all right. You can use Tari with npm. I didn't know. Just like npm install -g Tari, something like that. This is fine though. It's cool to be in the Rust ecosystem. And Staskly, thank you very much for the bits while we're waiting. And Envy Pop UK has asked a question. If I can answer this question before the build is done, I'll answer it. I'm a Laravel developer and want to get into JavaScript backend texts or frameworks. Would Adonis be a good choice? It looks very similar to Laravel. I think your assessment is pretty good. I don't have any experience with Laravel. But I would just Google Laravel-like framework for JavaScript. That's not true. No, Next.js? Come on, that's not true. It's way different. I mean, so I guess it depends, right? MVPop UK. It's like, do you want something that is very similar to Laravel in that they have similar opinions and similar ways of doing things, or do you want the JavaScript way of building a server-side rendered backend app? Because these days, Next.js is probably the most popular option for that, but it's not as opinionated as Laravel and doesn't do a lot of the stuff that Laravel would do for you. It has some opinions, but not a lot. I mean, I might even recommend Sales.js, which is similar to Rails.js. This probably has even more opinions than you're used to in Laravel, but this is something to check out. Yeah, so people are mentioning Adonis is like it. I'll trust the people in the chat. Seems fine. Go with Adonis. Or like I said, if you don't want to just use something that's similar but everyone in the JavaScript world uses, you could use Next.js. Or if you want something that's nicer than Next.js, you could use Nuxt.js, which uses Vue instead of React. Yeah. Okay. How are we doing? It's still going. So a while back, Laravel added Vue.js as its preferred front-end framework, but Laravel was still used as the back-end framework. Nuxt.js is essentially full-stack Vue.js in that you can do server-side rendering with Vue.js as your language, your templating and component language, which is different than having a PHP Laravel backend that loads the page and then Vue.js kicks in as the front end framework. It's different. So, what's up, Nate? We're installing Tauri. We also compile the CLI as a native Node.js add-on and distribute it via npm. You could have told me that first. I know Funny Boy Rocks told me this, but here's the thing. Here's the what's music to my ears. We also compile the CLI as a native Node.js add-on. That means they ship the compiled code. This is compiling on my machine right now, which is, I don't know if you can hear it, but my fans are spinning up. So if I would have used npm, it potentially would have been faster. Oh well. Thank you, along with Chris, for the 16 months resub. Much appreciated. We're gonna create a desktop app. That's the goal. But we are. You can't quite see it. We're one built dependency away from it. This mic just sounds better, so I'm going to go with it. But in the future, if I'm doing things away from my desk, it makes sense to use this mic or this mic. How different is Tauri from Electron? So, let's talk about Electron and how it works. Let's see if there's any diagrams or pictures on the Electron website. Did the camera hack on the USB cable work? Yeah, it works perfectly fine now. If you tuned into the stream, I think it was last week, we did some soldering on stream, and it works. Can you tell me what is Electron? I mean, I know what Electron is, but I want Electron to tell me what Electron is. Yeah, Hanso, hi, feel free to ask. I mean, I don't know if I can answer it, but feel free to ask. All right. Fireship has a 100 Chrome Electron in 100 seconds video. Let's see if I can do a unprepared Chrome Electron in 100 seconds video. How long is 100 seconds? A minute 40. That's false advertising. If you look at Fireship's channel, a lot of his 100-second videos are 2 minutes and 20 seconds long. Look at that. 210, 226. $219, $232, $236. That's false advertising, Fireship. Because ads, yeah, I guess it's true. It doesn't matter. But apparently 100 seconds is a minute and 40. Okay, that finished installing, but first let's talk about what Electron is. And then, what are your alternatives to Electron? Native development. There's also things like Proton Native and node.js, which are different. libui node. Anyone in chat, just name native frameworks for building native applications. Is like Java Swig a thing? Is that what we call it? Java Swing. Okay. Oh, it's. I guess it's just built into the language itself. And so .NET MAUI is more along the lines of like cross-platform, and then Swing is technically cross-platform because it could run anywhere Java is supported, right? All right, and then I guess is .NET MAUI the new way of building Windows desktop apps, or would people still go with like WinForms or WPF? It tries to be. I think I'll still reference it. Oh, I'm not recording for YouTube. All of this is going to get cut out because I'm going to try to make like a little 100-second video on on what Electron is and what it's not. Windows present. I did a lot of WPF development back in the day. See you later, Mark. All right, if I wanted to make a desktop app for Linux, what would I use? Probably Qt, right? What are some other ones? DeskGap? What's DeskGap? Electron? Yeah. Oh, I've never heard. I guess I did hear of DeskGap. Is this the one that doesn't embed? This is the one that doesn't embed Chromium, right? Yeah. So that'll be cool to mention. So we'll talk about alternatives. GTK, that's another one. KDE? Well, KDE is the desktop environment, right? But I guess is it also technically a platform for building desktop apps? I think this is enough mentioning. All right, so this is our outline for talking about Electron. So here's Electron, and oof, my tabs are out of order now. Neutralino? Oh goodness, how is this different? Oh, I guess it would be bad if I didn't mention Node WebKit, NWJS, previously known as Node WebKit. So yeah, we'll talk about alternatives. Can I use one tab? I could. I just want to like tab through and like close the tabs one at a time though. where does Neutralino fall? Okay, I'll read this. Doesn't bundle Chromium and uses the web browser library in the operating system. Cool. So this would be similar to DeskApp. I'll spend 100 seconds just naming them. I don't know. Actually, we'll just count up. We'll count up to see how long it takes me. How about that? I'm honestly not even worried about doing it in 100 seconds. I'm just going to do like a brain dump. Of all this stuff. Pause. And then I'm just going to... Tari is, I guess, going to be the last thing we're going to use, because that's where we're ending. No, I haven't worked with Tari. We installed Tari, the Tari CLI. But first I'm going to talk about what Electron is and why something like Tari would even exist. All right, here we go. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, I'm going to talk about what Electron is, what some potential alternatives are, why Electron exists, and then why I'm going to try this thing called Tari. So Electron is a platform for building cross-platform desktop apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So these are the three main languages of the web, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So one of the major benefits of this platform is if you know those three languages, you can now build desktop applications. But why is that important? Well, before something like this exists, essentially for every operating system, you would need to build a desktop app in that native language or that native framework that is for that native operating system. I forgot to start my timer. I'm just going to do this to see how long it takes me. So for example, if you're building an app on a Mac, you would have to use the Swift programming language. And then that app that you wrote, it wouldn't directly work on Windows or wouldn't directly work on Linux. You'd have to rewrite it because those platforms don't necessarily support Swift. If you're writing an app and you wanted that to support Linux, you might have to write the UI in Qt or GTK. You could potentially use Java Swing, and any platform that supports Java would be able to run that desktop app, but it doesn't look native. It kind of looks like this Java UI thingy. And if you wanted to build an app for Windows specifically, you'd have to use something like WPF, and that's not portable. It would only run on Windows, or WinForms, which would only run on Windows. So this idea of cross-platform is really nice because you can write the thing once and then it'll just run in multiple places without having to rewrite the code. And that's what something like Electron.js gives you. So you can write it once and then deploy it to all these different platforms without having to rebuild it. Now, how does it work? Well, it's actually just a wrapper of Google Chromium. So you're probably watching this on Google Chrome. I don't know, 80% of you are on Chrome. I'm actually using Firefox, but you know Google Chrome as a web browser, right? It's this little, this is Firefox. This is not Chrome, but this is a window that lets you browse the web. You may not know this, Chrome is actually based on this open source tool called Chromium. Or yeah, you might be using Brave as well. But Chromium is the open source piece of Google Chrome that's completely open source. Anybody can go in here and see the source code. They can suggest changes, bug fixes, that kind of thing. And Electron is based on this. So the idea that Electron had was, what if we use Chromium as our window platform? Because Chromium is built to run on all these different operating systems, Windows, Mac, Linux. So what if we use that as our Windows system, and then we can use all the technologies we know and love, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, to then build desktop applications. And also if we combine that with node.js, which is a JavaScript runtime for doing things on an operating system. So Node.js doesn't typically run inside of a web browser. It can run as a backend language, and it gives you things like file system access, and you can just access all the features of a device like you would in a more native language. So Electron essentially combines Node.js and Chromium, smacks them together, and now you can build desktop applications using the stuff you know and love, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So that's essentially what Electron is. Some alternatives for it. NWJS is one of the main ones, previously known as Node WebKit, and it follows a very similar architecture in that it's essentially Node.js and Chromium smacked together. Let's take a quick stretch. Yeah, this is not going to be a 100-second video. This is 200 seconds? 300 seconds? Doesn't matter. Do you really need all that information in 100 seconds? But NWJS is another option, but it has a very similar architecture. Some other alternatives, and let's even talk about why there might be other alternatives. So, like I mentioned, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, web developers know this, and so if they can use that, they don't have to learn something new, which is great. However, Electron gets a lot of flack, a lot of bad press, a lot of people don't like it because every single Electron app essentially ships an entire embedded version of Chromium. So every single Electron app has the entire Chromium binary inside of it, which means even like a Hello World is really big. It's a really big app, and people don't like that. However, I will mention there are a lot of big applications that were built using Electron. The Twitch desktop app, which I think got retired, was built with Electron. Visual Studio Code, built with Electron. Slack, built with Electron. Figma, built with Electron. Discord, built with Electron. All of these things built with Electron. However, developers still kind of don't like it because your things the apps you create are really, really big. So what are some alternatives that don't use Node.js and Chromium? One of them is known as Proton Native. So this takes ideas from React Native, in that you're writing code that looks like React, but at the end of the day, it's getting turned into and compiled into more native code. And that's what's happening with Proton Native. So you can essentially write React code. Let's see if I can find an example. Just show me the code. So you can write React code like this, but at the end of the day, when this runs, it's actually running in creating native UI elements. It's not just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's native UI elements. Proton Native is actually built on top of libui node, which is a Node.js library that has bindings to a library called libui, which is a cross-platform library written in native code that lets you create UIs for Unix, Mac, and Windows. So this is essentially a wrapper on top of that that lets you use React components to do it. But this doesn't embed Node. Actually, it might embed Node.js. I won't say that. This doesn't embed Chromium. So the apps that you distribute are much smaller because they don't have that entire Chromium embedded inside of them. And then another type of alternative would be, okay, we still want to use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We don't want to embed Chromium. What can we do? We can use the native browser built into operating systems. And so that's what solutions like DeskGap and Neutralino.js do. So you can still build your apps using the tech you know and love, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, but it doesn't embed Chromium. It just uses the system's built-in web view, because every operating system has a built-in web view of some kind. And so this basically gives you that. What else? Oh yeah, and then so we're specifically talking about cross-platform with web technologies, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Things like .NET MAUI exist. So .NET MAUI actually allows you to build cross-platform apps, but the language of choice is C#. So if you know C# already, you could build a desktop app and even a mobile app that will run on all these various operating systems, but you only had to write it once with C#. So there are likely other frameworks like this for other languages. I was mainly talking about web technologies. All right, all of that to say, and actually that is a good segue to Tari, because Tari lets us use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in our UI when we're building the app, but the underlying window management and everything else is based on Rust, which is a native language, and this doesn't embed Chromium as far as I know. And that's about all I want to say. This is going to be a longer video than I thought. But that's a whirlwind tour of what Electron actually is, a high-level view of what it's actually doing, some alternatives, and then why we would even want something like Tari. So it does not use Chromium. The language it's using under the hood is Rust, which is really fast. Some might even say blazingly fast. And we're going to use it now. So if you want to see that, click the link in the description where I'm actually trying out Tari and installing it. Whew. All right, that's done. That was roughly 8 minutes. We'll chop it down a little bit. Maybe it'll be 7 minutes. That's YouTube content. The thing is, if I would have prepared more, I could have created a slide deck. I could have talked about more stuff in depth, but I feel like some of you learned something just now. Yeah. So you definitely have to, like, Rust will be compiled to the target platform, but that's the benefit of it, right? So you have this language that has compilers that can run on various operating systems, and so that's essentially what gives you cross-platform support. Yeah. I mean, I'm tempted to start making YouTube videos called cross-platform desktop apps in 600 seconds. You know, like a really big number. It's like a reference to the in 100 seconds, but I don't know. All right, now back to what we were doing before. So we just installed the Tari CLI. We can check to see if it's installed. 1,000 seconds. That would be how many minutes is 1,000 seconds? 16 minutes. I'm not opposed to that. Intro to JavaScript in 1,000 seconds. It's true. I think I want to keep, like, a lot of the videos I think just need to be that I release to YouTube just need to be under 10 minutes. Because, like Stony Eagle is saying, you want people to be able to easily consume them. Okay, so we've got the Tari CLI. That's awesome. I mentioned it earlier, but we could have used npm to install it. I just want to do this to see how long it takes. Compared to installing the native version using Cargo. That took a while because it had to compile everything. My understanding is that if we install it with npm, we're going to get pre-built binaries. So let's see. My goodness. That was just so fast. Cool. Mr. Cat, I'm going to add that to the list. npm versus pnpm. Though, here's the thing. Didn't Fireship already do a video on pnpm? I feel like you could just look at Fireship's channel. I did Firefish. You could look at his channel and basically just get a roadmap for all the tech vids you could create yourself. I guess he didn't do one on pnpm. But basically, pnpm caches and links your dependencies, whereas npm copies your dependencies to every single in every single project you install them into. Okay, so we've got Tari. What's our next step? Tari is compatible with almost every front-end stack. Select yours and get started. Honestly, let's just use Vite. Vite 3.0 was released recently. I'm guessing that it's not tied to a specific Vite version because it can just run HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So let's go to the Vite version. All right, Tari is a framework to build desktop applications with any front-end framework and a Rust core. Each app consists of two parts: the Rust binary that creates the window and exposes native functionality to those windows, front-end of your choice that produces the user interface inside the window. All right, let's create a Tari app. Here we go. Here we go. Yep. Vite 3.0, yeah. Any front-end code. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing to mention about, like, Electron or NWJS is you can use any HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Like, Because HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is supported, React is supported, Vue is supported, etc. Yeah. I've heard of Bun. I haven't tried it. Honestly, I don't think there's anyone that is in tech or JavaScript that hasn't heard about Bun. But I have a point here. The Bun is overhyped. It's cool. Don't get me wrong. It's cool, and it's nice that people are thinking about speed because, I mean, Node.js is the most popular thing to run JavaScript on the server side. But because we're using it and we're somewhat locked into it, they don't necessarily have to care about making it faster because so many people are already using it. Whereas Bun is starting from nothing, so they can care about speed. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, suspicious, sure, but I think at the end of the day, it just comes down to like the way tech content works, right? So it was definitely hyped by YouTube videos, several YouTube videos, and then also hyped on Twitter. And the combined total of the two just made for like super hype. Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's the point that I want to talk about, is that like you really won't be able to use Bun in production with existing code bases or like the way you're doing things now for like at least 5 years. But at the same time, there needed to be some sort of hype to get open source developers to start contributing to it. We'll talk about that next. All right, scratch that. Here we go. All right, so it's done generating the Tauri. Oh, actually, it's not done. Start over. All right, so this is asking me, or it's telling me, we hope to help you create something special with Tauri. You'll have a choice of one of the UI frameworks supported by the greater web tech community. This tool should get you started. Yada, 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 any key. My app name is Count All the Things. We're going to create a counter, remember. The window title should be Count All the Things. Actually, let's come up with an emoji. That's our window title. Let's do create Vite with Vue. Oh, you could even use the Vue CLI and the Angular. This is cool. Okay, so I'm a big fan of CLI tools that do a lot for you and get it right. Because here's the thing: the Tauri CLI is handing off control to the preferred CLIs for all of these different frameworks and stuff like that. So that's awesome. That's really great. That's all that's built in. But I'm going to use create Vite, and I think we'll choose Vue inside of that. Add Tauri Apps API? Sure. And we want to use... we'll use Vue with no TypeScript. Dang it. Okay, what happened? Need to install the following packages. Okay to proceed. Command failed with exit code 1. Is it because I didn't press Y? I just pressed enter. It seemed to work. Yeah, so when I just ran the create Vite command directly, that worked. So that wasn't the issue. Here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna run the whole thing again. Redo. Let's all assumed it worked. I mean, well, we're going to try one more time, though. So we're going to do create Vite. We're going to use Vue. Count all the things. Yep. Oh. I think I pressed enter too fast before. Let's just assume I was in the wrong. The Tauri CLI is perfectly fine. All right, here we go. It's done generating. We've got a conf. Let's just take a look at what it created for us in this folder. So it created a directory called Count All the Things, which is cool, though I don't like spaces in my directory names. That's my fault, because I said Count All the Things, though I thought it would use the project name. Let's take a quick stretch, though. So America 2050 is saying npmi. It looks like it already did that for us because there's a node modules directory, so that's cool. I'm just going to rename this count all the things to count all the things. Hopefully that doesn't mess anything up. But this is telling me I can now do npm run Tauri dev. It's downloading a bunch of Rust stuff, crates and such. Hey, there's Brotli. We talked about compression earlier. Brotli is the new thing everyone's using. Oh, sure. Yeah. So it did mention, in American 2050 is mentioning check the port. So because this is a web project, we should be able to just open, so we get our app going. But what's happening now is it's getting the native stuff ready for us. So it's essentially installing all the dependencies, and then it will be able to spin up a native window and then embed our app or launch our app inside of that. Yeah. The thing is, this will only have to run once. After this is run the first time, startup time should be really quick, and we can test that. But we do have our Vite and Vue app ready to go, which is cool. I want to do a setting up a Mac video pretty soon. Just because I'm still on Mac OS Mojave. So I'll probably update to Catalina. And then do another video. Changing target platform we'll have to do. Yeah, so right now our target platform is, you can see the dependency, Tauri Mac OS. So if we were to target Windows or Linux, this whole thing would have to run again, which is fine. Yeah. So I'll try to answer that. I mean, I don't know if you were watching earlier. I sort of alluded to how this is different. But, here we go. Here we go. It's time. Well, we have a window, but there's nothing inside. And it broke. I believe this is a stack trace of sorts. Yeah, NS window warning. Adding an unknown subview. Let's look at the console. Unexpected token, period. Okay. It crashed. But I'll answer this question from Tim Scar really quick. Who says, I still don't fully understand, how is this different to Electron? Does it not have a web view? It's different from Electron because Electron embeds Chromium in every single distributed Electron app. So on my computer, I have Slack, I have Discord, I have VS Code. Each one of those has their own instance of Chromium, or their own version of Chromium embedded in the code. Well, not embedded. It's on my file system. I literally have at least 3 different Chromium binaries on my computer because each app needs their own one. And that's one of the main gripes of Electron, is that it embeds that, which results in really big apps. But when the app launches, it's running inside of Chromium. What I have deduced just now is Tari follows a similar thing as DeskGap in Neutralino.js, in that instead of embedding Chromium, they just use the operating system's web view. And the reason I know that is when I did inspect, I actually that inspect UI looks like Safari, so I know that that's the Mac inspect UI. So essentially, Tari uses the operating system's web view and then gives you interop through that web view to be able to do more native things. So that's the main difference. It doesn't embed Chromium. You're using the native operating system's web view, which results in a smaller build because it doesn't have to embed Chromium. So yeah. Yep. The dir name changed? Is that the issue? Give Tari a chance. It really worked. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's my fault. I changed things. All right. That's also an issue. It's like, it shouldn't have let me do this for my npm package name. Product name. I'm guessing I can't have spaces in here. Oh. Let's do that. And then we're going to change it here too. All right, so I just removed count all the things with spaces everywhere. Because I didn't want that to begin with, but I wasn't clear on the questions it was asking me. So let's try running it again and see if it works without spaces in the name. And you'll see this time it doesn't have to do all that in styling and bundling and everything else. And then it actually still doesn't work, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. So yeah, this is a bit of an alternative to something like Electron. Oh yeah, and this is Electron. I totally forgot. this chat UI that I built is built on top of Electron. I wonder what it uses on Linux then? I don't know. All right. Just to be really, really sure, I'm going to close VS Code. We're going to open it up. Let's search for capital C count. Okay. One more time. Should I remove it and create a new one? I might. Man, I really wanted this to just work. So what I was mentioning earlier is, like, I knew that this was a Safari web UI because of these dev tools here. These are the dev tools that you get with Safari. Let's see if it even tried to load anything. Yeah, so it tried to load source main.js. Yeah, I think whatever I do I need to update my OS? Like, I can't use Mojave? No way. Let's check the docs. Let's see if they have anything to say about that. Prerequisites. Mac OS. Xcode is missing? I did the Xcode install, this one. Command line tools are already installed. Use software update to install updates. Yeah, let's try that Veritatas. So Veritatas is mentioning let's just execute the binary in target release. Oh, you can see there's two binaries there. One that has the spaces in the name and one that doesn't. All right. What I'm gonna try now is to just delete everything and start again, but don't use spaces in the name. Their GitHub says macOS 15 and above. I guess I'm on. Is it 10.15? Am I on 10.14? I'm on 10.14. That's the issue. Man. All right, let's look on GitHub. So, I mean, it was very relevant that someone asked, like, are you going to do a Mac setup? Because I need to update my operating system. It says macOS 10.15 and above. Yep, the CBO was the one that asked about it. Okay, but what's not supported? Yeah, I mean, Windows 7 is supported, so come on. Come on. I mean, it's very different. It's a completely different operating system. It's likely that the operating system changes between Windows 7 and Windows 10 are not as great as the ones for Mac OS 10.14 to 10.15. Set the minimum version for old APIs. Let's see. I'm guessing this specific library, though, the Tauri Mac ROS, is the one that isn't supporting 10.14 or something's going wrong. I guess the other issue is, though, like, I'm not even seeing... I don't see an error until I open the DevTools. Like, by default, the app launches, but I actually don't see any errors in the console here, which is interesting. But then when I open the DevTools is when something happens. Adding unknown subview. Yeah, there's likely a like build clean command or like a clean build command. Let's figure that out. Is there a Tauri clean command? The console error was something about a syntax error. Build clean? Clean build? Where can I just... Yeah, I want to find the CLI API. Here we go. Clean build. Reset. Okay. I am just going to start over, but with vanilla JS, just to make sure that it's not like a bundling issue or anything like that. And then we'll go from there. Am I using the npm version or the other installation? Yeah, Tari clean would be the same thing as just removing the directory. I don't know. I was using Vite though. I wasn't using the Vue CLI. But let's see. Oh, yeah, I mean, somebody mentioned that. I guess Terabutt was mentioning it might be using a port that was in use. It could be the case. My app is called Count All the Things. And then the window title is going to be that. Honestly, I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling like the port issue was the thing. So we're going to go with create Vite again. And we're going to use Vue. Cool. Now, inside of here, I'm going to look at that Tari dev config or our Vite config. Maybe we might need to change the port here. What were they mentioning in that issue? Tari.conf.json. Yeah, I mean, it's doing 5173. $5173 is not taken. Shouldn't be anyways. Nothing running there. Oh, it's got to compile all over again. Match the one with the port of the browser? It should be that. Like this. Because see, this is running port 5173, and that's what it wants to try and load into the web view. Which it may not be doing. I don't know if there's an example project, but if you use the CLI, you could just choose... I mean, this technically should be an example project generated by the CLI, but you can choose your preferred framework to do it. I'm technically not writing Rust in Gcodex. I'm using Tari, which is built-in Rust. Though I guess if I wanted to create like my own native module, I could write it in Rust. Okay, so it's technically running, and when we open the DevTools, we can see that there actually is like a unexpected token thing happening. But if I do something like this, like let's say I just straight up have an H1 here that says hello world. So it's technically loading it. I think there's just an issue with the Vite build process. And then it won't go to that line of code. I mean, this actually would be a check that we could do. I could open up Safari and see if it has the same error. Can you tell it to use Firefox? As far as I know, no, because it's using the built-in web view. So if I try to go to yeah, Safari is the issue. 5173. If I try to go there in Safari, let's see what happens. Oh, it loads. Yeah, so loading localhost 5173 directly inside of Safari, it seems to work. Like, this is loading the Vite stuff. There's no errors in the console. So that rules out that. Why can't I just copy this? Copy the whole thing. I would have Googled it by now if I could actually just copy this. Whew. And then it's promise reaction job. There's no Vite specific stuff. This error is caused by optional chaining syntax, and it's only supported on a specific version of iOS. Okay, so if I just tell Vite to do a Babel transform of an earlier version, that should fix that. Vite Babel version. How do Vite support Babel? So, to let everyone know what's happening, this is not Tari's problem. This is the issue that I'm trying to use Vite, and the compiled code isn't supported, or the transpiled code is not supported inside of this web view, which apparently isn't running the same version as Safari directly. Like, the web view itself is more outdated than Safari running on my computer. So we want build target. If the build.minify option do we have to use Vite? No, you can use whatever you want. I guess I just want to get it working with Vite. All right, these docs mean nothing to me. Does it just mean right here? Build. Target. Modules. Yes, next. ES5 maybe? Unexpected token. Minify? Terser. That's funny, Waleed. I mean, it's not funny. It's unfortunate that it takes that long to get that notification. Yeah, let's try it with restarting. I didn't kill it because it did say that the Vite CLI was restarting, but let's see. Yeah. Is the issue the dot in the Vite route? I think the issue is in one of my dependencies. So probably the view library itself. It's using optional chaining syntax, and then that doesn't get transpiled. Yeah. Browser compatibility. Safari greater than version 13. How can I see what version this web view is running? Sad we have to switch to React. We wouldn't have to switch to React. We would just have to switch to a different build tool and make sure that it targets what this would support. Yeah, I don't think we get process. Navigator dot platform Mac Intel. Apple WebKit 605? That's what I thought too, Ginosla, but when I went to this site directly in Safari, it works. So that would make me think that it's not the same. Maybe it is, though. Doesn't matter. I don't know why I'm spending so much time on this. Here's the thing. If I chose Vue CLI or vanilla, this would work. This would work completely. There's no reason for me to even, like, I guess, try to get this working. And I'll say the main reason I shouldn't even try is because their documentation is telling me that my version of Mac isn't even supported. Right here, it says 10.15, and I'm using version 10.14. So that's a major reason. If I try to do this again, but don't choose Vite, we can probably get it working. And that's what I'm going to do. Count all the things again. Well, so a polyfill wouldn't fix a syntax error. Or like a syntax that's not supported. Polyfills only fix like methods that don't exist, but could easily be rewritten easily be written. So let's actually, I have a feeling Vue CLI would work. Let's do that. Let's do Vue CLI. So yeah, polyfill wouldn't work. We need to change the code that gets transpiled, but Vite does less transpiling, and that's one of the benefits of it, because these days most people are on a modern browser anyways, and so you can do less transpiling. So here we go. Vue doesn't use Vite. The older Vue CLI doesn't. It uses Webpack. And the other thing is the Babel config is more transparently exposed to us in a Vue CLI generated app, so we could target like ES5 and make sure that it actually works. Let's get all the things. Here we go. Random aside, less people are mentioning my missing mustache now that I have a little bit of stubble. My mustache is slowly coming back. If this doesn't work, I'm calling for Angular. If this doesn't work, we'll do it with vanilla, and we'll redo the whole video so that, well, not the whole video. We'll redo the part where I generate the app and just pretend like all of this never happened. I'm laughing at Alka. I'm not laughing at what I just said. My mustache is gone. My mustache is in the trash. Would history mode work in this one? Yeah, it would. I always just am in the habit of saying no, because if I were to deploy this to the web, I could deploy it to a static server without any serious configuration. I can do it with React. In 10-minute video with 3 hours of outtakes? Yeah, that's exactly what it'll be. See, so this is using Vue CLI, which does not use Vite, as far as I know. We'll see. Yeah, I would say this doesn't use Vite because it has... Well, maybe it does. I don't know how the whole Vue CLI works with Vite. Oh, we have a new command. Tauri serve. Here we go. Yeah, Denzel, we are attempting to use a tool called Tauri to make a desktop application. That's what we're trying to do. And a desktop application is just an application that runs natively on your computer, your laptop or desktop computer. So like this is Visual Studio Code. This is my app where I write code in. That is a desktop app. Firefox, which is my web browser, is a desktop app. And so we're going to try to write our own desktop app using this framework called Tauri. But we had issues because the underlying web framework we were using, or web build tool, wasn't doing the right things. So, yeah, I get that, SQL Gordster, who says, you solving real-world issues is way more interesting. I will say, though, like, when I'm streaming, I feel like I'm not as good at solving problems because people are watching me, and I'm trying to stay entertaining. Like, it literally took me, like, 5 minutes to even Google the error. If I were on the job, I would have Googled that error instantly. But I was getting distracted. Also, I couldn't copy-paste it for whatever reason. So that resulted in me taking longer to even Google the error. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, VS Code is technically Electron, but yeah. And thank you for that posture check. Code then cake. I don't know NFG codecs. That should be one thing that we try, though. We need to at least try to do something native to see how it compares against something like Electron. Thank you, Denzel. Markdown support? Look at that. First try. So it was more of a Vite compatibility issue. So the compatibility of Vite and macOS 10.14 WebView. That was the main issue. But using the Vue CLI, which doesn't use Vite, oh, Murdoch, thank you for the bits. Much appreciated. But yeah, so Vue CLI doesn't actually use Vite. It uses Webpack. I think they're in the process of converting. But we have ourselves a desktop app. Look at it. We did it. We have it. And now we need to just build a counter. And that's just going to be Vue code. So that has literally nothing to do with Rust or Tari or anything else. Let's just build a quick little Vue counter. It works perfectly. Yeah. So our folder has a bunch of stuff in it. And then the source directory is just my Vue code. And if you've ever written a Vue app, the code here is pretty much exactly what you would expect and exactly the same. Like, let's remove the nav. We'll remove any default styles. Why is this complaining about router view? That's a weird error to get. That's not JSX. Huh. And then we've got some views. I'm going to delete the about view. We have our home view. I think this is where we're going to write our code. We're going to get rid of any extra components. I'm moving really fast, but I'll slow down when the important stuff happens. And then over here on the router, we'll remove the about route. And we're going to delete the hello world component. So all of the things I just did were to basically get me to a point where the app is really basic without a bunch of boilerplate. And then now I'm going to write a component that gets rendered right on this router view here. And because the router config is set up with our home view component, if I update this is what's going to get rendered on the page. So like if I add a little h1, this is what we should see here. And we do. Beautiful. But I want a counter. So I'm going to make a counter component that gets rendered right here. and I need to do that and import it. So I'll say like import CG counter from, go up a directory, go into components, and grab CG counter .view. That doesn't exist. I'll have to create it, and then I have to register the component. So I'll do that right here. And I'm just going to say that this CG-counter is this. Cool. Do script setup. How do I register a component in script setup? I'll figure that out and then we'll do it. Okay, so right now CG counter doesn't exist, so I need to make it exist. So in the components directory, I'm going to create a new file called CG counter. Oh, you just import it, of course. Well, I don't know about that though. You got to register it. Do you literally just import without registering and then view setup takes care of it? We'll see. We'll see. Okay. All my autocomplete doesn't work. It doesn't matter though. We need a template. We need some script. I do have Volar, yeah. I think that's why I'm getting some weird errors, but regardless. Now I just want a button that has the count inside of it. And then when I click on this button, I want to increase the count. Cool. Now to make this code work, we need a count variable. So I'm going to bring in ref from view, and that lets us create reactive variables. So here I'll just say count is that. It starts off as 1. So that's fine. And then over here, that's fine. Why is this still complaining? That's fine. Okay, that's our app. So essentially, the counter is a button that displays the count, and then every time you click it, the count goes up. So that's it. So I click it, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could add some styles here. Best app ever, yeah. It's going to get even better because I'm going to say that button has a font size of 10 rem. So real big font size like that. Nice. That's the best app ever. A better thing to do would be to have, let's say, like an H3 right here with the count in it. And then we have 2 buttons. We have an increment button. And we have a decrement button. And we're going to make our H3 have that same big font size. And then the decrement goes down instead of up. Our buttons are too big. We're going to go to 5 rem. So if I increment, it goes up, and if I decrement, it goes down. Nice. Nice. Okay. All of this has nothing to do with Tari. All of this is just Vue.js code, which is a completely different thing. What we want to do is some more native stuff. So, for instance, like I want to create a file on disk or something like that. Actually, we can create like a save button. And when I click this button, I want to create a file on the operating system with the count inside of it. That's what we want to do. Cool. Thank you, Veritatas. That'll likely be the how we do file system stuff. All right. Before I do that, some of you were saying if I do script setup like this, that will allow me to just register the component? I don't think so. Yeah, that doesn't load. What do I have to do with script setup in Vue to register a component? Rename it to CG counter? Oh. Cool. I had no idea. Though I don't like how bare this code looks. I don't like that I'm literally just importing and then doing nothing with it. Oh well. And see you later, Tim Scar. Thanks for hanging out with us today. All right. At this point, we want to do some native operating system stuff, and that's where Tauri comes into play. Because in the real world, and not the real world, like when I'm using something like Vue.js running in a web browser, I cannot directly access the operating system. Like, if you go to this website, it would be a security nightmare if that website could directly access your file system. Of course, there are ways to do it, but you have to go through like permission prompts and stuff like that, which makes sense because we don't want random websites being able to just change files on our computer. Yeah, that makes sense, Andy from Lithuania. So before, with each capital letter, in order to convert the name of the component into dash case, every capital letter gets dashes. So I mean, let's see that working. If I did it like this, then it would be like that, and that works. But we don't want that. We want that. Cool. So again, the web browser can't directly access files, but because all of this is running inside of Tauri, we can do more direct things that you wouldn't normally be able to do in a web browser. Let's start at the top. This module prevents path traversal, not allowing absolute paths or parent directory components. Oh. Okay, so here are our functions that we have. I want to... I don't want to copy a file. I want to create a file. Write text file. Here we go. So now, inside of here, I can import this from Tauri. Missing file extent... unable to resolve path. I might have to... I don't know if I have to install FS directly. But... we'll say when you click this save button, we're going to run a function called save file. And save file, I'll just create right here. And inside of save file, we need to use this function write text file. We'll call it myCount.text. And then the contents of the file is just going to be count.value. So the value of this variable after I've incremented it or decremented it. And then it's just going to write it to the app directory. So I'll save that. It can't find Tauri apps /fs, so I might need to install that separately. I guess maybe I don't have... I thought earlier I directly installed, or I said yes to installing that. Let's see if it's in my dependencies. It's not. Yeah, it's not there. I just need to install the actual API module. I didn't save it to dev dependencies. How do I save it to dev? I did dash lowercase d. Do I need dash capital D? That was the issue. Yeah, so now it's a dev dependency. Capital D. There we go. And now I should have access to this. However, should be listed in the project's dependencies, not dev dependencies. You know what? That's fine. So now we moved it. You know what? We're just going to put it there. There we go. So if we rerun this thing, here we go. Let's take a quick stretch. All right. I want the number 13 saved to a file. So I click that. Now the app directory should have generated a file. So I believe it's actually going to be in here in like the build target. So where the app is running. I thought. Let's see if we got any errors in the console. Oh, we did. Invalid type. Integer 13. Expected struct file operation options. We need to turn it into a string. Which is fine. So now over here, instead of just doing value, let's do toString. And then we want number 13. Save it to a file. Path not allowed on the configured scope. So I might need to like ask for permissions or something like that. I haven't answered that question, very bad boy. All right, so we need to figure out how to allow that scope. I need to allow it in tari.config. Okay. So this, we have Tari, allow list. It just has FS. Like that. Enable all file system APIs. I guess I could just enable the ones that I need access to, like write file. Cool. So I saved that. It's going to rebuild. And now, moment of truth. Save. Path not allowed. I mean, in a way, this is a good thing, like, because it's not just letting me write to anywhere in the operating system, though in most native desktop development platforms, you have full operating system access. You don't typically need to be this granular about permissions, but it is a good thing because you likely could look at the config for a Tari app that you're about to install and make sure that you agree with the permissions that it has listed. File system scope definition is a list of glob patterns that restrict the API access from the web view. Oh, I need to add scope. Okay. So right here we say scope. And then I want to allow the app directory, because that's what I'm trying to write to. Yeah. Can I make the buttons emojis? Yeah, I could. All right, number 7, save. Well, let me restart the build just to make sure. Mm-hmm. 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 This is an amazing. this is what we wanted. Okay. Here we go. Save. Path not allowed in the configured scope. Maybe I need to create that directory. First of all, let me see if this directory exists. Because if it doesn't exist, that could be the issue. It doesn't exist. I could write my code to create it. But I still get the error. Path not allowed on the configured scope. If you look at my code, I am using base directory.app. And I thought that would correspond to this scope. Yeah, that could be it, Gnazla. Well, I mean, not really, though, because we just created the directory and it had that same issue. But what if I just say all? You can do anything you want. Which is technically what you get access to in any node.js process. You can literally access anywhere in the file system. With no special stuff. Did I just kill the app? Oh, here we go. The scope is actually data? Here's the other thing we could do. Let's just add all of these. Like, give me file system access. Now, I will say, though, in the real world, you should probably figure out what the actual access is that you need. Well, I forgot we're in a JSON file. This is the winner. We have full operating system access now. Nope. Huh. Okay. I know y'all have a lot of questions. I'll answer them in a moment. You just taught me recently that and blew my mind. Yeah, Node.js is I mean, it's really you could think about it like any desktop application you install, for the most part, has full operating system access. Operating systems typically don't have a similar permission model to like phones. So like on a phone, everything an app wants to do, it has to specify that permission. Desktop operating systems weren't really set up that way, though. They're getting closer and closer with things like mic access and camera access. Like now on Windows, you can restrict that, and I think you can restrict that on Mac too. So if I made an npm package and you didn't even install it with sudo, I could read a .env file and send it to myself. Yeah, you could just slurp up credentials. Absolutely, it's possible. Always give apps full enterprise admin rights. The multi-highlight is just, on a Mac, it's Command D. So what I did was I selected a little piece of text that I knew was repeated, and then I pressed Command D to match the next occurrence. And now I have multiple cursors. And then I used Alt combined with Shift to jump over the word to do quotes like that. Change it back to app and append a star to it. Really? Each pattern can start with a variable that resolves to a system base directory. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay, so if it's saying the pattern needs to mat, then yes, the /* would make sense. Okay. Hey, it worked. Oof. So the /* is the thing that we needed. And there it is. It's got the number 9 in it. And then let's go, we're going to 42. Save. Okay, so now if we look at the file, it has the value 42 inside of it. Great. Which means I think the only permission we actually needed here was app. So I can actually change it to just this. We should be good to go. And then also, instead of specifying all the permissions, I should just be able to do write file, because that's the only thing we're trying to do here. We're not trying to create directories or anything like that. So let's do this. Let's remove that directory to see if it'll create it. Okay, so, directory doesn't exist. We've recompiled, relaunched the app. Open the DevTools. Increase the value to 7. Save it. No such... Okay, that's a better error. No such file or directory. Which means we probably should give it the create directory permission as well. Like that. Cool. Yeah, so we're not reading the file, we're just writing it. So that should be the only permissions that I need. I guess we're technically creating the file too, because we're writing a file, but I need to be able to... Well, writing the file is same as create, isn't it? Why don't I use the duplicate line button? What are you talking about? Where's the duplicate line button? So I added create dir, write file. Maybe I do need read file? Shift Alt down arrow. Oh, I don't have that keyboard shortcut memorized. No such file or directory. Oh, I don't think the order matters here, because this is just listing out what permissions I should have. I probably need refile and read directory, because I think what's my guess is it's trying to read the directory to see if it exists first, and then because it can't even read to see if it exists before it creates it, that's what's erroring out. This is painful. Like, here's the thing. Yeah, all true would work, but because there is this security model, I want to adhere to the security model and make sure I'm specifying the right permissions, but I can't even figure out what permissions I need to specify. I need to manually create the folder before you can attempt to create the file. Oh, okay, so that would just mean I need read dir and create dir and write file. Okay, and then I need to update my application code to say create dir, read dir. Okay, so I need to write the code that says read dir. And what does this return? This returns a promise of file entry. Do I have something like exists? I might just try catch this. Actually, that's probably the easiest way to do it. I don't even need to read it. I just create it with a try catch. And then what is create dir accept? String. Okay. So we can just do that. No permission. Or app directory already exists. Cool. And then we can attempt to write the file. All right, this is the winner. And someone mentioned it in the chat. It was BCTPE4 Hablu mentioning all true wouldn't work because you have to create the folder and code. Yeah, so I think you're completely right. Even if I had all of these permissions, I created the directory manually before, which is why it worked. I need to create the directory in code before I can actually write to it. All right. Moment of truth. No permission or app directory already exists. Let's actually log this error out. Invalid type integer 18. Expected a path string. Oh. Okay, so this is an enum. I need to convert that, or not, I need to get the actual directory name using the enum. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. fs.dir.app. Okay, so I have dir here. dir.app. That's an enum too. I need to convert that to the actual path. Oh, can I pass in an object like that? And then I can do it to a similar way to how I was writing the text file. Can I just pass that in? Await create dir recursive true. All right, did you just find that on the create dir documentation? Thanks. Yeah, I copied this code earlier. No, I copied the create file code earlier, didn't I? Okay, but so here's the thing. I don't want to create a directory called users. I want to create a directory that is the app directory. So do I just do that? Let us see. Path not allowed on the configured scope. Okay, so I need to go back to my... Someone mentioned it could be data. Data. What's up, Opti? We'll get there. But I think you can probably already tell my opinion of this. Here's the thing. And so that worked. All right, we've made it. We've made it. We actually just needed access to data, not app. Let's save that one more time. Hello, FSET's daughter. Thanks for tuning in. We have done something that would have taken me a minute in Electron, and it took me an hour. All right, we're there. So now, this actually created the directory, and then if we go into there, it created the file with the number 7 inside of it. So we didn't even need to manually create the directory? Oh, well, we need to create the directory, but just in the right way. So this little piece of code right here is the one that creates the directory. And then we need permissions to create the file. We need the permissions to create the directory, and we actually don't even need read dir anymore because we're kind of just saying, try to create that directory. Here we go. Cool. We've narrowed it down to the actual scope and permissions that we need. Do you really get an error if the directory exists? No, you don't. You don't. So actually, I don't even need this try catch. And then if we remove com.tari.dev. Yep. And now, boom. Into callers. Thank you very much for that Prime sub. Cool. So all of that floundering for these 2 lines of code. This one creates that directory, and then this one writes to it. And then this is the ultimate configuration that we needed. We needed to make sure that we have permissions to write files and create directories, and then the data scope is the one we actually wanted there. Though that doesn't make as much sense to me because it is saying base directory.app, and that's why I was trying the app permission. I mean, is there a base directory.data? Yeah, there is a base directory.data. So, don't know. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick summary of what we just got going. If I try to create the folder again, will it override the contents? Oh no, it won't. It won't. So I mean, it's the same thing as like trying to create a directory that already exists. So, in this case, like every time I click save, it's technically recreating the directory. And here's a test. We could. Wow, this should stay here. So now the directory has 2 files inside of it, and even though the code I'm writing or the code I'm running says create directory, because the directory already exists, it's not going to overwrite it. That's still there, but my count has the latest value inside of it. And that's good to know, Stony Eagle. So they're mentioning that the recursive option on create doesn't throw an error if it already exists. Yeah. What does the all on the top do? I don't know. That was there by default. All right. Yeah, I mean, technically, instead of overwriting the file, I could read the file in and then append a line to the file. That's also something I could do. But I'm done working through this. We actually only answered like 2 questions today, which is crazy. But let me give my overall opinion of Tari. Okay, so that was interesting. We actually got the native code working. It's accessing the file system and writing a file, which is something you couldn't do on a web page, but you can do in something like Electron or something like that. So here's my opinion. In order to use something like Tari, I would need to learn their entire API, right? So this FS API that they have, I'm not used to because I'm used to the node.js FS API. And they have a permissions model that I'm not completely familiar with yet, so I'd have to learn all of that as well. So my initial gut reaction is, this is just more stuff I have to learn while I could be using some other tool and using what I'm already used to. So if I wanted the benefit of my app running inside of a web view, I could use something like Desk App, which is a framework that lets you write apps with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but it just uses the native web view, very similar to what Tari is doing. And then there's that Neutralino JS app or framework that does a similar thing, where instead of embedding Chromium, it just runs in a web view. However, the cool thing is you get access to Node.js. So all of the Node.js APIs that you know and love, you can use. So that's my initial gut reaction is like, I don't want to learn another thing because I could just use what I already know. I know that's not the best attitude to have because there are probably a lot of other benefits that Tari provides that if I spend the time to learn the API and learn how they do things, I could benefit from those things. But my initial reaction is I don't know if I want to learn a new API to be able to do all of those things. Now, I will mention some things that I did like. Their CLI tool, fantastic. The fact that they have thought about the fact that there are web developers have different opinions and may want to create their front end app in whatever way they want. That is awesome. Like, I haven't seen an Electron tool that can do that, where you're generating an app and saying, please generate the app with Vue CLI, or please generate the app with Vite and Vue, or please generate the app with Vite and React, which you could do here. And so that's really cool. So like their tooling is awesome. It's just the more like learning the native API is the hurdle here that I don't know if I would want to spend all of the time doing. So, yeah. My personal feelings don't matter. I'll read the rest of your comment, but it's really funny to just start a comment like that. Your feelings don't matter. Yeah, so Andy from Lithuania is saying, loads a web view instead of Chromium. What does that mean? So every operating system, not every, Mac and Windows have a built-in web view, meaning you can just launch a web view and you don't have to install any other app or anything like that. And on a Mac, that web view is based on Safari. On Windows, it's based on Edge. And you just get that for free without installing any extra app. And so what that means is a tool like this is essentially launching a web view and then loading your web code inside of it. And then anytime you write code that might be native stuff like this, like create dir or write text file, that is an interop that is doing native file system things. So when this function is invoked, it's actually running native code to do these things, but we get this nice like JavaScript interface into it. And so that's what's happening there. There's a bridge to allow me to write code that looks like this, that at the end of the day is running more native code. And that's different from something like Electron, because Electron would let you write node.js code and embeds the node.js runtime. So node.js is actually running, the fact that I'm VS Code is an Electron app. Behind the scenes, there's a node.js process supporting this VS Code instance. And when I'm doing native file system things like creating a file or even saving and modifying a file, all of that is running through Node.js, like the FS module. So yeah. So PhD Horrible is saying Tari is a better fit for Rust developers wanting desktop apps rather than web devs doing the same. It's tricky though, because at the end of the day, you're still using web tech, right? Like even though you're a Rust dev, you would still need to learn HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And so what I'm saying is, like, from a web dev perspective, someone who writes HTML and CSS and JavaScript on a daily basis, and they use something like Vue or React, they're more comfortable doing that and then not having to learn the extra stuff. And I would say that web devs are more used to the Node.js API, because it's JavaScript. All right, let's read Fear of Code's message. Your personal feelings don't matter. What matters is what's best for the product and for users. What matters is the problems you need to solve and the best way to solve them. Tools and APIs are a means to an end. Yeah, but that's basically what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this tool is not made for me. Like my coding preferences do not align with what Tauri is offering. So I think in that sense, my feelings do matter because I'm not the target audience for this tool. So yeah. Oh, thank you, XXII. Thanks for being here. How would you pack it for distribution? So yeah, that's something I haven't dove into, but what you can see is if you look in this source Tari directory, there's a target folder, and you can see that target folder is grayed out, which means it's get ignored. And this is where all the native binaries exist. So if I look in here, there is this little thing, count all the things again. This is a binary that is my entire application. And actually, let's do this. Let's kill the app. We can run in there to target or debug target, and then run count all the things. I think I have to run a different command to actually get it to build, because you can see here that it's not, well, actually, I think that's why. The debug build is just pointed at localhost port number wherever my Vue CLI app was running, and because that's not running, this app doesn't load it. But if I build it for production, let's see, so Tari build, that will create a binary that has the web code embedded in it instead of needing to run a dev server. So let's run that command. So to answer Mark Boot's question, how do you pack it for distribution? You run a build, and then you would update your config to build for whichever operating system you're targeting. PWA versus Tari versus DeskApp versus Electron. DeskApp is more similar to Tari, but DeskApp lets you use node.js APIs. Electron embeds Chromium, so you're going to have a much bigger app that you need to distribute. And then PWA is just run inside of the web browser and use the latest features to do stuff that normally could only be done in native, but as the browser supports more and more things, you can do it on a web page. Yeah. 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 Are you a professional or not? Auto mechanics don't refuse to change your oil just because it's icky, and they might get oil on their hands. Doctors don't. What are you talking about, fear of code? Are you afraid of code? Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's a good point as well, for sure. So if you are a Rust dev and you want to do more native things that you wouldn't necessarily write this higher level code, you could actually write native Rust code and then interop that with the desktop app that has a web UI. That's something you absolutely could do. And as a Rust dev, you would have access to you'd be able to do that. You could write native modules that you could then interop with, for sure. Yeah. So I prefer Electron. For ease of use, yeah, and I think that's the other thing is, like, I don't necessarily care about the bundle size. I mean, I haven't built an Electron app for distribution, right? The Electron app that I have here and other ones that I've built have been just for me. And I'm already installing the dependencies and building them anyway, so I don't really have to worry about how big they are. But if I did have to worry about that, that's something to worry about. Like, especially, like, you'd have to think about where in the world are the people that are using my desktop app. Oh, I need to change my identifier. All right. Let's do that. Because people might be on slower internet connections. You may want to make sure that the app you're distributing is, like, much smaller so they can actually download it. But yeah. Yeah, for sure, Wavo. Like, you are very much welcome in this community, and you can check out my schedule. I just, like, a week or two ago, I started streaming pretty regularly. So if you look at the calendar, you can see the upcoming streams. But you're welcome here. And we hope you come back. Yeah. So yeah, this overlay is technically open source. Yes. Yeah, we were coming up with a new. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do just count all the things. Com.count all the things. All right, let's build for production again. That's what we want to see. Yeah, Wavo, of course. Yeah. So I missed your question, Gonzola, but Atom Editor was based on Electron. VS Code was a fork of Atom, and it's still based on Electron. But yeah, this is the final compile. So this is going to compile it, and then the binary that it creates, I could give to anyone on a Mac, and it will run. And I guess we could test that. I could email it or upload it to Drive, and somebody could try running this on their Mac. But we'll see. Let's give it a second. And actually, this is a major reason why you would use something like Tari. What we'll show is the built bundled version of this is it's tiny. It's just gonna be a few kilobytes, and that's the thing that I would ship to end users, which is way different than like 100 megabyte Electron install. Well, I'd have to target Linux for you to be able to run it. I couldn't just send you this binary. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so there are a lot of dependencies, right? But at the end of the day, all this is going to be compiled and embedded in a single binary. It's not going to be a bunch of stuff. Oh, I wonder if it will automatically build for various platforms. It's going to be megabytes. It'll probably won't be kilobytes, but it'll still be less than 10 megabytes. Yeah, this is an Electron app that I built on Stream. If you check out the frequently asked questions, there is a document describing all of my overlays and stuff. So if you go in here, and then you look at overlays and chat, it links to the source code for all the stuff running on my screen. It also links to the YouTube video or YouTube VOD where I was building the stuff. $32 megabytes is what Andy is guessing. We'll see. Okay, so it's compiling for Mac. Someone mentioned that you can't cross-compile for Linux, so you would need to bring this code onto a Linux computer and then try to build it so you could get a Linux build. But I think I can do a Windows build from Mac. Yeah. I mean, I could create this same app with Electron. The funny thing is, honestly, I could do it in this same code base. So in this exact same code base, I can install Electron alongside Tari, and then just tell Electron to load the View app. I'm not going to do it though. Here we go. Oh, it's creating a DMG. That's awesome. That's the Mac application installer file format. iTerm wants access to control Finder. Yeah, I'll allow it. Wow. It worked. Okay, so it put it in target release. Okay. Bundle. Mac OS? Oh, and then there's literally the app. So if I launch this app now, boom, we got it. And it's 10 megabytes, 9.6 megabytes. So that's pretty awesome. I mean, so yeah, if you were to compare this directly to an Electron built app, it would be at least 60 megabytes, if not more. So that's one of the main things Tari has going for it, is the overall built size is way less because they don't have to embed Chromium or Node.js. Cool. That's another cool thing, though, is the DMG is something that you could distribute. And then that's like an app that launches like this, so you can like drag it into your applications. So that's cool. 3 megabytes per button. Yeah, I mean, that also would be an interesting comparison. So if you look at Neutralino or you look at Deskgap, their bundle size is going to be about the same, like a similar size. They still embed Node.js. The Node.js binary, though, is only like 20 megabytes. So, yeah. All right. For those Tari fans out there, hopefully I didn't offend you. Hopefully you understand that my opinions are my own. And basically, Tari is just not for me. Yeah. See how much source Tari is? Let's see. Ooh. 2 gigs. 2 gigs. Yeah. You are more than welcome to try it. And honestly, that's the whole point of me showing this, is like, you might have seen me struggling with the permissions right here, and you're like, what? You're probably yelling at the screen telling me what I could do better. And that's fine. That's perfectly fine. But like I said, the CLI tool, fantastic. Honestly, that build process was super cool. Like, the fact that I got a DMG and an app out of that, it's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to pick one more question to answer, and then I have to go because I've been live for 4 hours. So if you asked a question, type exclamation mark here, and I'll do my best to answer it. Oh yeah, let's see if I can even try to answer this. So Meet Transcript is the name of the one. All right, so I'm going to try to answer this question. And basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my best to get the source code for an existing Chrome extension, so that way we can look at the source. Violent Crumble, what's up? I recently turned my point of sale software into an Electron app, and it's pretty awesome. Now I can talk to a thermal printer by calling functions. Yeah, that's awesome. Is there any benefit to rebuilding the app from scratch in Electron? What do you mean? I have customers wanting to purchase and use my POS in their shops, so having the website available from everywhere is really useful. However, Electron app feels more legit. But I thought you said you turned it into an Electron app. What do you mean writing it from scratch? And you're welcome, funny boy. Though you were mentioning, you were the one that asked the question. Yeah. Have you tried it though? Because you seem to be helping me a couple of times in the chat. All right, so Electron calls it as a website. Oh, so you just have an Electron app that literally loads up the website. I see. And what you're saying is, should you completely rewrite it so that it's not loading a website, it's loading its own resources? I don't know. It depends on your use case, honestly. Like, if it works for you, Seems fine. It honestly seems fine. And you could have code in your code base that detects if it's running an Electron so that it could do things like access the thermal printer or do other native things. And then other than that, it's literally just a point of sale system that could run on an iPad, right? Or anything like that. Because it's literally just a website. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know, bad boy. It's funny to say your name. I'm at the point where I'm going to look for meet transcript on Chrome extensions. Record Google Meet captions, chat messages, and screenshots to Google Docs. Okay, so here's the problem that Very Bad Boy has. They want to get the captions from a Google Meet meeting, and they know that they could just use an extension like this, but I guess the real question is how would they go about even figuring out what these extensions do, and how would you write that stuff from scratch? So my thought is we could go to this extension and literally get its source code and then look through the source code to see if we can find any hints as to how they're doing it. Transcribe Google Meet and Zoom. Cool. First thing I'm going to search for is download Chrome extension source code. Usually Chrome extensions are actually just zip files that have all of the source code inside of them. The thing is, I'm using Firefox right now. So you can see that this available on Chrome thing tells me that I should just install Chrome. But usually there's also a button that just says install. I could launch Chrome. I don't think I want to, though. Web store get command. I use Firefox because it's created and maintained by a nonprofit company. Nonprofit organization. Here we go. So we're going to first look at Meet transcript. URL of Chrome extension. Oh, and Firefox is open source as well. Yeah. So it's a nonprofit organization and it's open source. Chrome is based on Chromium, which is open source, but Google is a for-profit company. Hey, here we go. All right, so this loaded the extension. We can look at the background bundle. This is definitely minified code of some kind. Am I vegan too? No, I'm not. I have been in my life. I'm not right now. Yeah. So this code is really hard to look through because it's minified. We could figure it out. We could even run this code through a deminifier. That would actually be pretty interesting to see what the results are. Yeah, it's really hard to read. Let's try the other one. But also, this was a good find. This CRX viewer by Rob Wu is a tool he built where you can plug in any extension URL and then look at the source code for it. So that's pretty slick. Let's do this. Okay, this is a lot more files, and this is the tactic one. So let's look up the RTC injector. So this is a bunch of minified code as well. Pop pop up. Content. And what's up, Arufe? Welcome in. Okay. The reason I'm scrolling so fast is I just want to see if there's anything that, at a glimpse, makes any sense to me. And for the most part, it just looks like minified and also like obfuscated code. Meaning the code that we're looking at right now is not the code that the developers wrote. It's how they packaged it to be distributed. So one thing we could do, and I'm going to do it with this meat transcript one. The tactic one just has a bunch of code. Meat transcript has less code. Oh, there is a show. Oh, okay. But I'm also going to try this one, though. Let's see. Background.bundle. Show original code. Oh, so they formatted it, but it's still just minified. But we can take all of this and then run this through a deminifier. JavaScript deminifier. Unminify. A maximizer. All right. So we're going to throw this in here, unminify it. Here we go. It looks like it didn't do much. Okay. But this is deminified code. Well, there are tools that will actually like, so you can see that there's like this object with numbers on it. Essentially the minifier has those are almost like go-to statements in a way, in that it's taken various functions in code and then put them inside the object so that they can be called later. No, I want a deminifier. That's definitely what I want. And also, you see, like, the single letter variable names are an indicator that this has been minified. A dehumidifier? That's funny. Yeah, but the thing is, it's so minifying and obfuscating are actually two different things. I don't know if this has been obfuscated. I'm just going to search for the word caption. It's not there. Transcript. Yeah, the other thing is I could fire up a Google Meet meeting and then look at the network tab to try and figure out how the captions are coming across. Adapter. All right, here we go. Here we go. Things are happening. So this is making a request to Google. Well, this could just be the prompt for how it saves it to Google Drive. Let's look at it. Find their GitHub repo? We could actually, so yeah, when we looked at transcript, it was Thanesh.dev. So we could see look at their GitHub to see if it's open source. Yep, this is them. If we look at their repos, you can see they forked web extension starter 2 years ago. That's really funny. But basically, right now we're like code detectives. So first of all, we want to know, how does this thing work? So we ran it through this tool, which gave us the source code. The source code itself is not easily readable, so it's not easy to figure out what it's actually doing. And then we're seeing, we found the author. Let's see if the author even open sourced it. We can see that they forked this. Did they add commits to it? I don't know. Caption saver? Let's look it up. Oh, I mean, so it's funny that they forked it. They were fixing a bug. Look at this. They just fixed a bug. They didn't, it's not that they were open sourcing it. But yeah, let's look at this one to see if it's any different. Main.js. The code is simpler. There is a mutation observer. Oh! There's your answer. Bad, very bad boy. My guess is this extension, the caption saver, is literally, it has code running that watches the div where the transcripts are happening. So a mutation observer is a way of watching an element for changes. So essentially, they're watching that div with the captions, and anytime the contents update, they're saving that off. So that's how they're doing it. Let's see. Yeah, so if the text matches "you left the meeting," that's how we know that the captions are done. Yeah, okay. It's still kind of hard to read, but I believe that's what they're doing. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's a pro version. It has the number 1 inside of it. Buy Caption Saver Pro. Got our background. To do number 1, build a pro version. They're uploading to Google Drive? Huh. Yeah, I mean, so as far as I can tell from these 2 code files that I looked at, this specific extension doesn't seem to call any API to get the captions. It's literally just reading from the web page. The other ones might be, and I guess we could look for the Google Meet API captions. See if there is an API for it. Google Meet SDK. Google Meet for developers. Caption. No. Yeah, so based on my very, very high level view of all of these, it looks like they're literally just watching the page and then saving off any captions that they find on the page. Which is tricky, because that means in order to save the captions, you need to literally be running something on the web page to save the captions, rather than being able to just do it automatically in the background. So yeah. After all that, they're just scraping the page. Yeah, I mean, if we really wanted to try, I could spin up a Google Meet. I don't know if I want to do that. Give me a second. Let me see what it would take. Cool. Turn on captions. Hello world. How are you today? So it's working. But I don't know if I want to show the dev tools here, because it could show like my API or my token for the logged in user. But I will show the network tab. And check 1 2. Hello world. I am saying words. Lots of words. This captioner is great, by the way. It's very accurate as to what I'm saying. All right. And from there, it made a couple of network requests, but not a ton. Which makes me think it's... it might just be JavaScript running on the page itself that's doing the captions. Yeah. Oh, you're right. There could be WebSocket calls. Let's see. Check 1 2. Hello. Hello. Wow. This is a test. Hello. Check. I'll just show you all what I'm looking at. So, hello. Yes. Wow. Okay. So those are the captions. And so I think their Chrome extension is literally just looking at this div and then pulling out the words as they come in. Hey, who's that? Oh, I think people are joining. Or people might be trying to join. It's fine. I'm just going to close it. All right. I'm going to go now. Sorry I don't have a better answer for you. Bad, very bad boy. But what I can say, based on my quick experiment right there. Yeah, all the processing is done in the browser, which means no network requests are happening. Meaning it's not sending the audio off to Google, and Google is translating it and then sending it back. That's not happening. It's literally running in the web browser, which means they're probably using they are using some JavaScript library that can do text to speech. And I believe there might actually be, doing speech to text, the opposite. JavaScript, speech to text. WebKit speech recognition. Speech recognition. So this is built into the web browser. Though that means this would need to get access to the audio that's happening on the page. I don't know. I guess I'm done talking about that, but thank you for your question. Sorry we didn't get to answer any other questions today, but thanks everyone for hanging out. This was fun. We got to try out Tari, which we've been meaning to try out for a very long time. I think sadly, it wasn't all this greatness that we maybe thought it was going to be. It was still fine. Like, it does what it says it does, and it does it really well. I'm just not used to it. But cool. Let's go on a raid. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. Yeah, thank you, Namaste Geek. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for the sub today. If you are not a sub, you can use this raid message. And Stony Eagle, I missed that. Thank you very much for the gift. And Decalers, thank you for that resub. And Phoenix Rising with the resub. Thank you all. Appreciate you. But yeah, join us in this raid. Next stream, I believe, is planned for Sunday. But let's see. You know how you can tell? By going to the calendar. And you can see Sunday at 6:30 p.m. is the next stream. So, yeah, you're great. You're awesome. Thank you for being here. And wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.